Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning and welcome to the Planning Committee meeting for May 26, 2026. All electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. On our call to order, as we have quorum present, I'd like to call this meeting of the Planning Committee to order at 9:30. In the chambers, we have Councillor Francis, Councillor Beatty, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Nan, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Wang, and Councillor Kassar. On the screen, no one as of yet. There are no ceremonial activities. Clerk Kelsey, are there any addendum items to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Taddison, the additions have been noted on the published agenda.
Thank you. Does the committee have any amendments to the agenda? Not seeing any, may I have a mover and seconder that the agenda be approved as presented? Councillor Nan and Councillor Wang, thank you. Please indicate your hand vote now. That looks unanimous. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Members Committee, are there any declarations of interest? Okay. Adoption of the minutes. May I have a mover and seconder to adopt the minutes of May 5th, 2026 meeting? Councillors Kretsch and Councillor Nan, please indicate your hand vote now. That's everyone. Thank you. It carried. Before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegates are for clarification purposes only, not for debate. A note to our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You'll hear a tone after 4 minutes, then you'll have an additional minute to finish up. So this is going to 6.1, delegations respecting the appeal of decision to approve minor variance application of 84 York Boulevard and 89 Park Street North. Item 9.1. First person up, Jackson Thune from Philpott Church, and this is in person. Jackson, make your way to the podium. As I said before, once you're there and once you start, you'll have 5 minutes. The ding will ring at 4 minutes. Just continue onward until you're stopped by myself. Thank you.
Good there. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for allowing me the time to speak to you today. My name is Jackson Thune. I'm a pastor at Philpott Church here in downtown Hamilton, and the downtown core of this city has grown near and dear to my heart as I have pastored here for the past 6 years. I love the energy of the city, the architecture, the history, but most of all, I love the people. And I have been blessed to be part of a church that loves the people of this city in all sorts of incredible ways. 6 months ago, our community moved into a new location at 160 King Street East, but we have continued the work that we have always done. We strive to serve in ways that see hungry folks in our city fed and cared for. We try to show love to our neighbors by meeting practical needs through things like groceries, medical supplies, clothing, and other practical items. We work closely not only with those who are unhoused or struggling with addictions, but we also provide care and community to refugees and newcomers to Canada. We offer support in terms of housing, employment searches, and when people do find places to live, we help them with furniture and getting moved in and all those sorts of things. We also work closely with a number of partners throughout the city. This includes Indwell, Open Homes, our friends at the Salvation Army Booth Center, and we try and love our neighbors in other ways through things like free haircuts. Let me see if I can get this going here. There we go. Free haircuts as we partner with our friends from Market College here in the downtown. We put on events throughout the year with special meals for Christmas, Easter, and other holidays where folks often find themselves without friends or family. And one of the realities of all these outreach efforts is that they require funding. We need money in order to pay for food to feed others, to pay for medical supplies, to pay for new clothing and furniture and Tim Hortons gift cards to bless people when they're having a tough day. The reality that we're here to talk about today is a parking lot that our church currently owns across from the newly renovated TD Coliseum. This lot is perfectly situated to address a real need in the evolving downtown core. Folks need a safe, secure, and convenient place to park in order to enjoy the amenities around that area, which now includes 2 new hockey teams that we'll call Hamilton home. What makes our lot especially unique is that every single dollar spent by those parking there goes directly back into caring for the most vulnerable people in our city. As a church, we are a not-for-profit organization. When folks pay to park in our lot, the money spent does not go to a corporation, it does not go into one person's pocket, it goes directly to supporting our ministries, which are aimed at making sure this city is a better place to live for those who often need the most love and attention. The unhoused, the refugees, newcomers to Canada, those that are on the poverty line, and so many others worthy of love, time, attention, and financial resources. There was a smart guy a long time ago. He said, "Wisdom is proved right by all her children." In other words, the decisions that are shown to be wise will be impacted, the impacts will be felt by the people that we serve. And the decision to convert this existing lot into a commercial parking lot is undoubtedly a wise decision. And because it's a wise decision, it will have positive consequences for the people of this city, not just for those who want to enjoy a newly renovated Coliseum and the many businesses and services that are going to continue to grow as a result of this new entertainment district, but for those that need our help the most. The marginalized and the least of these are brothers and sisters. Conversely, a decision today to advance this appeal and not allow this lot to be used for commercial parking would be an unwise decision and have significantly negative impacts on the folks of this city. And so what we are asking is that we just make a wise decision here today that will be proved right by those that we are called to love and care for in this city that we are all blessed to call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. I'm seeing that there is a list of names populating. So first up, we have Councillor Cameron Kretsch.
Thanks, and thanks for everything you're doing to help people downtown. I know everybody appreciates it very much. A couple questions for you. Number one, you guys still own the land, right?
We do, correct.
Okay, that's important. So I'm going to ask you these questions then, since you
Sure.
own the land. And then I'll definitely speak to the folks coming up next as well. So based on what you were saying today, your only intention is to turn the parking lot behind the church, I guess temporarily until the land is developed.
Correct.
Into a commercial parking lot so it can earn revenue, because of course your congregation is not using it because you're not holding church services there.
That's correct.
You're aware, though, that the Committee of Adjustment approved much more than that. I presume you were aware of that. They didn't approve just that. They approved of quite a bit more than that.
Well, I'm aware that someone who knows a lot more about that is going to follow me, and that most of my time is spent
Sure.
on ministry and not legal matters, so.
Fair enough. I'm just asking you because you're the owner. So fair enough. You folks don't intend to do anything besides just temporarily convert this to a commercial parking lot, and you're fine with that outcome being put in writing, I presume, since that's your only intention.
Yeah, at the moment, our long-term goal, we do not want this to become a commercial parking lot indefinitely.
Great.
That's not the plan whatsoever.
Great. Those are my questions. I have lots of comments, and I think, generally speaking, I don't think people are opposed to that idea, but there's some legal considerations to think through, and I'll speak to the folks next about those. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. We're going to go to Councillor Esther Pauls.
And thank you for being here. How many years have you been serving the community?
I've been
Phil
at
Paul.
our church 6 years.
6 years, but before you, they were ministering to the community, right?
Yes, we've been downtown since 1892, I think.
A long time of ministry.
Yeah.
I've been to your church many times, and I know a lot of people that go to your church. Their heart is to help the people downtown.
Yeah.
And you said it well, ministry costs money.
Yeah.
And when you're spending the money, the city's not spending it because you're spending it. So to me, I don't understand all the ins and out about the Committee of Adjustment said approved. They approve for you to do this parking lot commercial so you could get funding to help people.
Correct.
Am I getting this correct?
Yes, yes.
And I love your quote. What was the quote about being wise?
Oh, wisdom is proved right by her children.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I think I think you're amazing. Your church has done amazing things. And you're hoping, I know you have 2 churches actually, don't you?
At the moment.
At the moment. And you're paying what? 2 mortgages. Well,
Yeah,
two.
I try and block that out, so
Yeah.
I'm not 100% positive, but we're paying lots of money.
We are here to help.
Thank you.
To help people that help people.
Yeah.
That's what the city does, because when you spend the money, the city of Hamilton benefits, everybody benefits. I see the heart, I see the work you do, so I hope we could get this figured out. And I want to understand, the building is not heritage anymore. It was voted non-heritage 10-0 last year.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yes, yeah, so I was involved in coming here and speaking to
Right.
that. As far as I know, there was a hold put on that, essentially.
That's right. There's
Yes.
a whole, it's not a heritage
No, it's
building.
not.
And so, thank you very much, and we'll
Thank
ask
you.
question to the staff later. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Jeff Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you for being here today, Jackson. I had the good fortune to attend one of the lunch services.
Oh, yeah, church at the table, yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Year and a half ago, 2 years ago. It was really moving, and allowed me to get a firsthand experience as to the ministry that you're doing in our downtown core. So first off, thank you for that.
Yeah, for sure.
When I attended, I remember coming into the lot, and it was like, don't park there, park over here.
Yeah.
There's been some, like, the parking lot has been well used.
Yeah.
And has there been some kind of, I don't want to say commercial parking taking place, but there's been something happening at the parking lot previous where somebody was using the parking lot and we were told, can't park here, can't park. Could you unpack that a little bit? This, I guess where I'm trying to go, this isn't new.
Right,
The parking lot's
correct.
been there.
Yes.
And people have been either paying directly to
Correct.
use it. Something's been happening there.
Yeah.
There's, I don't want to say precedent, but something's been happening there before. Can you unpack a little bit on that?
Yeah,
for me?
I mean, even in my time when we were occupying that building and using it for ministry, there were spaces allotted to volunteers, folks that were visiting. But yeah, we had agreements with other organizations to be able to use that lot and pay money for it. So I know a lot of folks that ended up, or maybe are still working in the downtown core, would use our lot and pay to use it. And so you're right, there is a precedent, and that lot has been used for far before my time for some level of commercial parking.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so essentially what the Committee of Adjustment, whatever the variance granted.
Yes.
Now allows you, instead of that where you may have specific deals or agreements with organizations, companies, businesses in the
Yep.
area, now it's just you're throwing it open to the public. that
Yes.
The public would be able to park there.
That's
Whereas
correct.
you weren't permitted to do that before. You had to have these special agreements with individual
Yes.
user groups.
That's correct.
So you're just flipping from one style of commercial parking to another style of commercial parking. that's
Correct.
Open to the public.
Yes, because
That's really-
we would love that entire lot to be able to use for folks going down to the Coliseum, coming into the downtown. Absolutely. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you for what you do.
For sure. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I'm not seeing anyone else, so thank you, Jackson, for your time here today. We're going to now call upon David Filletta from Boost Fields and Corp., and he's in person. David, you're welcome to come down to the podium. And again, once you begin, we will give you 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, members of committee, staff, and the public. My name is David Filletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bouse Fields, and we're the planning consultant to the Philpott Church. I'm going to be brief. You've got a letter from me that's in the package of materials. It really outlines why we think you shouldn't advance the appeal, and that's basically what our request is. I'm going to walk you through the reasons why, So in terms of our request, we've provided two for you. The first one is that you don't proceed with the appeal and let the decision of the Committee of Adjustment stand. The alternative would be that we work to add a sunset clause of up to 6 years. We think that that's a reasonable alternative that could potentially address staff's concern about setting a precedent for establishing new commercial parking facilities in the downtown. And I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. I think we know the site's location immediately across the street from the TD Coliseum. It also provides great service to some of the surrounding businesses, restaurants that are there. The other thing I want to note is that it does have significant frontage on Vine and Park Streets. These are relatively quieter streets than York Boulevard, and that's important in terms of leaving vacant, unused land. So what is the proposal for? It's really to take the existing surface parking facility, which is accessory to the church, and convert it to a commercial parking facility, which you heard a little bit about today. Just want to highlight the area for you in blue and where it's generally located. I won't go through the variance. I think the staff report does a really good job sort of outlining what it is. The one other element I do want to add is that the intention isn't to add any additional parking spaces either, and that's important as it relates to policy, which we'll get into in a moment. I do want to spend a little bit of time on the official plan policies because this is where there's a bit of a disconnect between staff's interpretation and ours. So there's really two policies in the downtown secondary plan that are key, and these are the two policies that staff and I disagree on. The first one is that new surface parking lots shall not be permitted. Very clear, and it's related to the creation of new surface parking lots. We're not proposing to create a new surface parking lot. And then the second policy is that it allows for expansions of existing surface parking lots. And what that means is if you have an existing surface parking lot and you're rounding one out, or if you're cleaning up a surface parking area, it's basically recognizing that surface parking lots exist and they're allowed to evolve over time. The other policy in the zoning bylaw relates to the creation of a commercial parking facility, and rightfully so. What your zoning bylaw does is it says when you're creating a new commercial parking facility, it has to be either underground or within a building. And the purpose for that is so you're not creating new surface parking lots in the downtown. Again, that's the intent of the policy. Now, I just really want to touch on the tests. We kind of go through it in our report, and we filed it with you. And I don't want to spend a lot of time on that. I'd rather identify why we sort of disagree with staff. In the staff report, and this is the biggest sort of distinction between staff's interpretation and ours, page 6 of the staff report, it specifically states that the proposed new commercial parking facility did not exist at the time the secondary plan was adopted, and the change of use is considered to be a new surface parking lot use. That, in my opinion, is incorrect, and that's where the distinction is created. Staff's interpretation is that when you're going from one use to another, it forms development and it's creating a new surface parking lot. That's not what we're doing here. So that's the distinction between staff's interpretation and ours. So for the reasons we've outlined in our letter, we disagree with staff, and the application meets the 4-part test. We convinced the Committee of Adjustment of that. It's supported by TD Coliseum and nearby businesses. There's a number of letters of support by those businesses that are attached to our letter. It will provide revenue for the church, which you heard so eloquently by Pastor Jackson. It will be an interim use, regardless of whether or not the alternative is adopted. And then, as I noted earlier, in my opinion, staff have taken a very narrow interpretation of the applicable policies. So for these reasons, I'd request that you not proceed with the appeal, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, thanks, David. Up first is Councillor Cretch.
Thanks, David. Two things you said there, and since you've opened up this line of discussion, I'm going to speak to it briefly. You talked about a sunset clause and you talked about not planning to add additional parking. You would agree, though, that right now, the way the Committee of Adjustment has approved this, it would permanently permit a commercial parking lot on the entire property, and as there's no demolition permit, you could, the owners could if they wished, because we don't have this in writing, demolish the church and create a new commercial parking lot. That's what the current application permits.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, I'll start by saying that's not the intent of the application.
I understand.
It's
I'm
very
asking
clear.
if and what it permits.
And to do that, there are a number of steps required. You'd have to apply for and receive approval of a demolition permit. Then you'd have to file a site plan application to create the new parking facility. That site plan application would be reviewed against your official plan, and that official plan specifically states that you can't expand existing surface parking lots. So there would be a conflict there, and in my opinion, there would likely be required to be an additional approval, either through an official plan amendment or a zoning bylaw amendment, or a minor variance that would be required to do that. So you'd have to come back and receive that approval.
Okay, I'll ask staff the same question, because that's not my understanding. My understanding is that it permits you to have a commercial parking lot on the entire property.
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the council, the way that the variance is worded is it would permit it on the property. It would permit a commercial parking facility on the property. However, again, staff would review it against the official plan.
So when your suggestion here was that, so you, again, the principle is you don't plan to add additional parking, that's not your intention. You're not intending to have this be a permanent parking lot at the back. It's only until a development or something else should occur there. I get that. My apprehension is about that being in writing. So you're saying that, that's great. My question is, do you know the legal mechanism? You're saying in your thing here, which I don't really think makes sense, that we would revise the application. My understanding is the application's already been approved, it's been through the Committee of Adjustment process, and there's no ability for you to revise the application. It's been approved. So the only revision to the application would be through a settlement, through an appeal. Do you understand that to be the only legal remedy to get this actually in writing?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the councillor, that's absolutely correct. So,
Great.
The only way that it could happen is ultimately the Ontario Land Tribunal is the one that will make the decision, and we could go to the Ontario Land Tribunal with a settlement, terms of settlement that would identify that 6-year time horizon. But again, in my opinion, it's not required because, as I've outlined, the real intention is for the lands to be redeveloped, so sold to be redeveloped into a mixed use. It went through a very thorough rezoning application back in 2021 that rezoned the property for high density mixed use. So that's not what the intention is for this thing to be a long-term facility.
Okay, my last question, just to summarize where we're at here, is it's not your intention to do these two things. You get that. You recognize that the only legal way to put that intention in writing is by following the process staff are recommending. And are you just asking us to take your word for it at this point? Because I'm saying legally, right, the only way to get what you're saying you're intending to do in writing is by going through a settlement process to get it in writing. And the only settlement process we have, because of the way this has happened through the COA and now here, is through the process staff is recommending. I understand you disagree with some of the things staff are saying, but the process that's being recommended is the only legal way to change this.
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the councillor. To be clear, the staff report states that is looking for direction to appeal the application and to oppose the application, not to go to the tribunal for a settlement that would apply a condition that would add 6 years. That would be the alternative that this committee and ultimately council would direct staff to settle on the basis of adding a condition that would add a 6-year sunset clause.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not asking about the report's direction. I'm asking about the process, right? So the process, the only way to do it would be, like you say, going through that process. We can certainly have a conversation with our staff in camera, and we probably should if we're going to talk about settlement things. So I'm going to suggest that's where we go with this, but you understand the process. We're on the same page about the process, at least.
Yeah, through you, Chair, the other alternative would be to bring forward a new application that would add that condition, which 6 of one, half dozen of the other, yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Our next person with the questions is Councillor Pauls.
And thank you, David, for coming. I just wanted, were you surprised that we have a committee of adjustment? you appeal to them, you go talk to them, and they approve. Were you surprised that the city appealed it, is wanting you to appeal it?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the councillor, I was surprised that it was appealed. However, I will say that you've got really good planning staff, and planning staff understand that this is a fundamental question about a policy that this council put in place, and they want to make sure that it's appropriately vetted. They don't appeal every application where they disagree with the committee's decision, but in circumstances like this, where there's a city building policy that is the subject of a decision, I think they did the right thing. Ultimately, you heard from the pastor that it's unfortunate because there are some benefits that come from the decision of this application, but I think staff got it right in terms of giving you the ultimate authority to make that decision.
And with every appeal, there's cost. And it'll be costing the church money, it'll be costing the city money. And when we add costs to ministry, it takes away from the ministry that you were intended to do. So to me, really, I think we're going to go in camera probably, but that's the main issue, And because the parking lot was a lifeline, sort of, to the church so that they could keep on the ministry. So thank you for coming, and we'll make our decision.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Wayne.
Thank you. David, could you just educate me on your understanding of the timeline? So should this committee go with staff's recommendation to do the appeal, but then ideally there is a settlement, how far out does that mean? Like, how long will it take to get it to a point where everyone is happy and the church starts making money on a commercial parking lot? So educate me on that part.
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the councillor, it's a bit fuzzy in terms of specific timelines, but generally, in order for a settlement to occur, the parties would need to settle and go to the tribunal with minutes of settlement, which would then revise the application to add the condition. And then the OLT would need to issue a decision on that settlement. So in my opinion, that time frame is a minimum of 3 months, but could be longer depending on how long the processing takes, how long the discussions between staff and the church take.
Okay. Is there again, I am not a planner, so as much as I sit on this committee, I hear these terms, but I know that usually we talk about holding conditions and holding provisions. Do you know if there's any opportunity to do something similar to that if we were to help with making this go faster?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the councillor, honestly, the only way to modify that application at this point is through the Ontario Land Tribunal. Okay. So anything would have to go through and be processed through the Ontario Land Tribunal. And we're happy to do that. That's one of our alternatives. In the alternative, rather than you kind of proceeding with a full-blown hearing, we'd rather go and sort it out at the tribunal through a settlement.
So if we were to go forward with a settlement, how likely is you and your side able to meet with staff on a fairly quick manner in order to get this done? What is your likelihood?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the councillor, we would be happy to, we would be happy to advance minutes of settlement like by the end of the week, and then we can start to proceed with advancing those documents to the OLT.
Councillor Wang?
I'm done.
We're just not supposed to be speaking about settlements at this point.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation today and your thoughts. Just when I think about maybe my environmental scan, your experience, others' experience, have you seen other communities in these kind of discussions around, parking in their downtown and being appealed when it comes to committee of adjustment? Have you ever seen this before?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the councillor, not a lot of municipalities have a similar policy framework to you because most traditional downtowns, like Hamilton's, are relatively thriving. I think when this policy came in, it was to avoid buildings to be torn down and be reused for surface parking facilities. Jackson Street's a perfect example. There used to be an office building there. They tore it down, and they weren't able to reuse it for a commercial parking facility. So that's the intent. And in my scan of other municipalities across Ontario, there are policies that prohibit surface parking in downtowns, which is a good thing, but it does allow for existing surface parking lots to be utilized as commercial parking facilities because it's a benefit to the downtown. In terms of have I seen council's appeal Committee of Adjustments decisions? Yes, it does happen. And again, as I noted earlier, it usually happens on sort of fundamental planning policy principles, which I think this is deserving of a debate because you don't want to set a precedent where other facilities are being created in the downtown.
Thank you. So just so I understand you, what we have going on here is unique anywhere in Ontario in terms of surface parking being used commercially. So we've kind of essentially banned parking downtown for commercial businesses in a way. Is like, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the councillor, I think the intention in downtowns is to allow existing surface parking lots to exist, but really the intention is to utilize and optimize land in your downtown core because it's usually the most transit accessible and the most highest value of land. So you want to use it for the highest and best use. So I don't think there's a prohibition on surface parking lots. I think you can create them in most downtowns. I think Hamilton is leading its way in terms of what it wants to see in the downtown. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. Sorry to ask this question, but I just wanted to really tease out an important nuance here in your answers to Councillor Cooper. This is not about parking, it's about surface parking. So the intention, as I think you understand and I understand, and I'm asking this question, is that the idea is not to limit parking downtown, it's that parking ought to be built when buildings are built. And so, for instance, when a building goes up, the idea is you put in some public parking in that building, so you're using land appropriately. What happens is you use maybe story number 1 and story number 2 could be public parking, or story 2 and 3 could be public parking, housing above, and then residential parking below. That's kind of the approach that I think is happening. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the council, that is definitely my understanding.
Great,
and
thank you.
In terms of that nuance, I'll just add that we're not creating a new surface parking lot.
Oh, no, I'm not speaking specifically. His
Yeah.
question was broad,
But
so mine was broad.
This one is
Yeah.
very specific in terms of the
Yep, I
creation.
understand.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and thank you, Councillor. And I do think that the answer clarified that to Councillor Cooper directly. I'm not seeing anyone else now, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegations. Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Wilson, thank you. And thank you, David, for coming down. Please indicate with your hands now. Okay, thank you. That's receiving. Going to 6.2 now. Sandra Longden and Stephanie Hamad from Corner Store Association of Realtors respecting the missing middle and presenting local polling data. Come on down. This delegate has requested their speaking time to be extended to 10 minutes. If the committee wishes to grant that extension, a vote is required. Councillor Cooper and Councillor Pauls are moving that. May I have, okay, so let's have a vote. Hand vote, thank you. That passes.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Planning Committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Sandra Longden, and with me is my colleague Stefan Hamade. We are here on behalf of the Cornerstone Association of Realtors, the second largest realtor association in Ontario, representing approximately 7,500 members across Hamilton, Mississauga, Burlington, Waterloo Region, Niagara North, Haldimand County, Norfolk County, and surrounding areas. Cornerstone was established on July 1st, 2024, bringing together more than 325 years of collective service from our founding associations. Today, we're here to speak about something that is deeply important to the residents of Hamilton: attainable housing and the need for gentle density housing options. We will be drawing on two key resources: our local public opinion polling conducted by Abacus Data on behalf of Cornerstone, and our policy report From Cornerstone to Capstone, Building Canada's Missing Middle Gentle Density Housing, authored by Dr. Mike Moffat, the founding director of the Missing Middle Initiative. Our Abacus Data survey captured the views of 500 individuals from the Hamilton area. 55% of respondents say homeownership is extremely important, or at the very least important to them personally, with nearly everyone indicating some level of importance for homeownership. Among non-homeowners, 77% say they still hope to own a home one day, which means that the dream of homeownership is still very much alive. When we asked residents what issues their municipal government should focus on most, housing affordability and availability ranked third only to cost of living and homelessness, cited nearly by half of all respondents. The message from residents is clear: housing affordability and availability remain top concerns for this community. The price of new homes in communities like Hamilton, while down from the pre-pandemic and pandemic levels, remain out of reach for many potential buyers, with the average sale price as of April 2026 sitting just above $788,000. Ontario and Hamilton are falling behind on home building targets, and we need a wider range of housing options that serve different needs at more attainable price points. This is where gentle density housing can play an important role. We do want to take time to acknowledge that Hamilton has already done great work in the direction of supporting housing, and our recommendations today are not meant as criticism. They are intended as offering ways forward. Right now, many of Hamilton's low-rise neighborhoods rely on zoning rules that focus more on what can be built rather than how it should fit into the community. So here in our first recommendation, we're asking for zoning reform. We are recommending a gradual transition to form-based zoning, which focuses more on how a building looks and relates to the street, not just what it is used for. We are also concerned by the maximum lot coverage set at 35%, which is higher than most other jurisdictions. This could prevent someone from adding needed gentle density to their property. The height maximum for an additional dwelling unit is also set at 4.5 meters. Many other jurisdictions have it set at 6 meters, which allows them to add that second level. According to our survey, 64% of respondents supported streamlining building permits to speed up housing construction, while 38% identified approval processes and zoning restrictions as major barriers to building more housing. Reforming those rules is one of the most important and impactful things this municipality can do. Our second recommendation is around parking requirements. Hamilton has made real progress on parking, such as removing the requirements for parking spots within downtown and for ADUs in urban areas. As Hamilton continues to invest in improving its transit, we hope there will be opportunities to continue to remove parking minimums for triplexes and fourplexes in the suburbs. These decisions are not around eliminating parking entirely. It is about giving back power to the homeowners and the market to decide and determine what is actually needed. 55% support allowing more multi-unit housing in single-family neighborhoods, and 57% of non-homeowners say they would consider living in an ADU. Our third recommendation is around incentives for accessory residential units. So building on the discussions before, the additional dwelling unit and multiplex housing incentive program, we want to note, is a great initiative, and we hope to see that it continues and gets renewed going forward. The survey data is clear on this. 41% of homeowners would consider adding an ADU, and that number is significantly higher among homeowners under the age of 60. And 57% of non-homeowners say they would consider living in an ADU. Additionally, 62% of the residents supports expanding resident rental housing development through government incentives. Our recommendation number 4 is around development charges. Development charges have grown dramatically, as we all know, and add tens of thousands of dollars to the cost of new home before a single brick is even laid. Hamilton has already taken important steps towards reducing development charges, in particular for ADUs, and we commend the work of the Mayor and this council. We hope to see continued reduction in development charges and that the city applies for the support put forward by the provincial and federal governments. As our polling data shows, 69% of residents support reducing development charges if it means lowering housing prices, and only 9% are opposed. Our final recommendation, we're going to be brief on this, but it is just to ensure that gentle density projects can access electricity, water, and wastewater services they need without facing excessive costs or delays. The report also did touch on provincial and federal recommendations as well, but we won't go into more detail with that now. We do want to share one last finding on the down payment support. Hamilton used to have a program to help down payments, and it was recently discussed in staff reports last year. We would like council to explore the feasibility of re-implementing a down payment support program in Hamilton. Our polling showed that down payment assistance program would make homeownership significantly more achievable for people under the age of 45 who don't currently own a home. The down payment continues to be one of the biggest barriers to preventing younger people from entering the housing market. Members of the committee, Hamilton has an opportunity to continue to be a leader on gentle density housing. The evidence supports it, and the tools to act are within reach. Cornerstone Association of Realtors is committed to being a partner in that work. We are here to advocate, share data, and support with evidence-based solutions. We welcome the opportunity to continue this conversation and would be happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Sandra. I have a list populating, and up first is Councillor A. Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just wondering, where does the growth in nonprofit or social housing after the past couple of years show through in some of the data points? So obviously understanding Cornerstone's data is going to be maybe of a different class, but I know you've been partnering with some academic institutions. I would say from a Hamilton experience, we've seen the growth of social housing grow, for example. So it's not necessarily 5% of the new units. I think we're getting close and scaling up towards potential goals if targets are met of potentially getting close to 20% of new units built would be in the social housing sector. So we're seeing slowdowns in some areas. We're seeing scale up, albeit a much smaller scale in others. Can you comment on just, are you seeing any trends in that data when you look at those 8 municipalities and you're looking at comparators, what you're seeing in the social housing or the affordable housing sector?
Through the chair, that's a great question for my staff, Stefan.
I think you touched on that, like that's not necessarily where we have the most data. I think when looking across our municipalities, I think in general rental housing has obviously seen a very large growth in the last couple of years as opposed to homes that are more slated for home ownership. But on the social side, I don't think we have the data necessarily on the growth for that.
Okay, thank you. And then just on the infrastructure piece, seeing the ask for the federal government to support growth enabling infrastructure, certainly excited about that. I don't know if as you're kind of continuing to do that lobbying, if there's any work to kind of pick out key infrastructure projects in these cities or these areas. I know water and wastewater treatment plants are often the most expensive. And so I think getting a real federal commitment to say, hey, we're going to fund 25% of all wastewater treatment plants, or getting something predictable in the same way that realtors or builders are asking for predictability in development charges, predictability. Municipalities are also looking for that same predictability. And so we'd really appreciate as partners in this advocacy when you're going to the federal government in really being clear about, what does that look like and why is predictability necessary for all sectors here. Everyone who's a stakeholder here needs that predictable funding. So thank you so much for coming and sharing this data with us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Next up is Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and through you, thank you very much for the presentation. Had to go through it very quickly, but lots of good information. I want to address a couple topics. First question would be around form-based zoning, which you mentioned. I'm familiar with that concept. I imagine not all would be. So maybe if you could elaborate on on form-based zoning and maybe where it's happening in Ontario or other places, and then any success stories or benefits you could share.
So one of the places that just recently introduced it is the City of Cambridge. I don't think they're at the point yet of major success stories because it was in the last 6 months or so. There are other jurisdictions within North America that have looked at it and implemented it. I don't know if we have really too much data that much further on that. I think the main principle, though, with form-based zoning is that if, let's say, you would be allowed to build it for a single-family home, that you should be allowed to build the same building if it's in the form of a triplex, fourplex, multiplex, if it still follows the same rules. And I think that's where we see a lot of struggles still sometimes, is where you'd be allowed to build a mansion that's 4,000 square feet, but you wouldn't be able to build for example, fourplex of that same, or sixplex of that same size, where all the units are like 700 square feet, for example. And that's, I think, where one of the major elements where form-based zoning really comes into play.
Okay, thank you for that. Second question was on the topic of the down payment support program. You put that forward as a recommendation. Haven't come across that before. So just curious on the thoughts of the municipality, municipal level of government being the appropriate level for that, just giving limited finances and regressive versus progressive financing that other levels of government have, or revenue, not financing. So could you just elaborate on that, and is that being done elsewhere at the municipal level? Thank you.
So there's a few different jurisdictions that are looking into it or have implemented it. So, but generally, compared to like the provincial and federal government could set one up where anyone could apply. With other levels, with the municipal and regional levels, generally they have it set up where they only have so much funding available, and then so there's a bucket available for a certain amount of time up until it's used up. Waterloo Region is one of the examples that has set one up. Niagara. I think there's a couple others as well, and it just for that period of time it's able to have, like, there's quite a few. There's restrictions on how it can be used. Like it's usually a certain amount of income, value of the home, etc. But it does really address, and the person does have to have lived in that municipality or region for a certain amount of time generally. But it does a very good job at addressing that number one barrier that we're seeing for home ownership, which is getting to that down payment, and that's what we're seeing a lot of people struggling with right now on their path to home ownership.
Yeah, thanks. Just one quick clarification. Are you talking low interest loans, forgivable loans, or grants, or what is the structure of the program?
So in many cases, it's a forgivable loan that if you don't sell the home, if you stay there for 15, 20 years, then it will come off. There have been also cases where it's also just a loan, but it's at it's a no interest loan because the municipality is obviously able to borrow at a better rate than the average person. But that's where the true benefit is that they're not able to get that $20,000, $30,000. They're not able to get that savings to be able to afford that down payment.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not seeing any other people wanting to ask questions, so may I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor Kassar, Councillor Beattie, please indicate your hand vote now. That passes. Thank you. Thank you for coming down and sharing your information with us. We are now at delegations respecting the designation of 71 Claremont Drive. This is item 9.4. First delegation is Elisa Denham Robinson, Chair of the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, and she's here in person. Could you come on down to the podium? Thanks, Elisa. Or maybe it's Alyssa, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Good morning to the chair and members of the Planning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Alyssa Denham Robinson, and I'm the chair of the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee. And the Heritage Committee is an advisory committee to City Council. So we're advising on all matters related to heritage under the Ontario Heritage Act. So that includes heritage permits for alterations and additions, but also involves heritage designations. And that's why I'm here today. One of the items on your agenda is the designation of 71 Claremont, and we wanted to provide some background information and some additional information. This property has long been a property of heritage significance, and in 2009 was added to staff's request to designate. This was also added to the Municipal Heritage Register and Council's approved designation work plan for staff. During this time, the property has remained on our committee's Heritage Buildings and Landscape Watch List, and that's been identified under the category of Endangered Buildings and Landscapes of Red, which meant there was some significant threat, a perceived threat of demolition by neglect or demolition itself or vacancy. There are some decisions before you, and the two decisions will be to deny designation or to follow through with staff's recommendation to designate. What we wanted to bring before you is to highlight some information, and please note that the municipality would be unable, if they chose to decline designation, to provide any long-term legal protection for this property. For Auchmar Gatehouse, designation is the only way to protect this property under the Ontario Heritage Act. Currently, the property sits on the Heritage Register, and that does provide 60 days of interim protection from demolition. However, if this property is not designated before the end of the year, without designation, Auchmar Gatehouse will be automatically removed from the Municipal Register as of January 1st, 2027. This is as per Bill 23, the More Homes Built Faster Act, and the changes made to the by the province to the Ontario Heritage Act. After this date, there would be no further interim protection for the property. The municipality will be unable to add this property back to the register for 5 years. This property has languished through years of neglect, deferred maintenance, and decision-making not happening. The reviewing engineer, a qualified engineer, has gone to the property and noted extensive moisture damage, animal-related damage, but found no reason to say that the property was structurally unstable. But as a Municipal Heritage Committee, we need to let you know that this is a threatened property, and without the protection of designation, we feel that there's a fear that this significant heritage property will be lost forever, whether it's by demolition or demolition by neglect. And it's important to note, because you will hear today items referring to the fact that designation is a burden, but designation does not restrict the legal use of the property. Designation does not prohibit alterations or changes or additions to the property, and it does not restrict the sale of the property. If the city decides to choose to designate, what it will do is it allows the municipality to manage change of the heritage attributes through a heritage permit process. The heritage permit process is free to the homeowner. It is a collaborative process, and it has quick turnaround times. Designation would also allow additional measures through the property standards bylaws for the city, and designation also provides access to the homeowner to financial incentives through the city. So whether that's development charge exemption or if it's granted loans programs to help offset those costs. So what is the significance of this property? City heritage planning staff have done a fulsome report and evaluation. The Auchmar Gatehouse is significant because it is a very rare example of a gatehouse associated with an estate. And we all are aware of Auchmar, the estate on the mountain. It's one of the rare examples of heritage on Hamilton Mountain. The gatehouse is part of the larger story. It was a 54-acre site on the edge of the mountain, and now all that remains is 10 acres of the heritage estate, plus this gatehouse. And although they're not connected physically any longer, the gatehouse still stands as a landmark on the site, and it was the original entrance to that estate. And just quickly going through a couple of other points of note is the gatehouse has stood on the escarpment for over 170 years. It's an important property that was built in 1855, and it links us to the neighborhood and to the significance of Hamilton heritage. The property met thresholds. Through the evaluation, the gatehouse was found to meet 5 of 9 criteria under Ontario Heritage Regulation 906. You only need 2 criteria for designation, so it shows the significance of its value: design, physical, historical, associative, and contextual. It's linked to important characters in our heritage. Isaac Buchanan, who helped to establish the city, was elected 4 times to the Legislative Assembly and really helped to promote business. It's architecturally significant, contextual value, and we hope that the committee will support staff's recommendation to designate.
Thank you, Alyssa, for your delegation today. Speakers list is open. If there's any speakers that would like to ask any questions of Alyssa. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. You know, on the 5 of 9 criteria that we hit, what were the 4 that we didn't hit? If you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you have a sense of what they were?
A high level of craftsmanship. There are some, whether or not it was linked to other associations in the city, historical characters, those type of things. So it was,
Okay, thank you.
Anything else then, Councillor Cooper?
Oh, that's everything.
Okay. Seeing none. Thank you so much, Alyssa, for your delegation today. Up now is Robert Barboni and Linda Onorato. They are in person, so come on down, please. And you can move the table on the left-hand side. There's like a, yeah, if you can move it up. Perfect. And so you have 5 minutes. There will be a bell at the 4-minute mark and then another at the 5-minute mark, and I'll stop you at that time.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We believe in heritage preservation. When we purchased the home in 2008, the property had already been abandoned for a number of years. After consulting with builders and 2 engineers, we were advised that our goal of restoring the property was not financially or structurally viable, and that demolition was the only realistic option. So in 2009, just 1 year after purchasing the property and before it was placed on the registry, we approached Heritage and offered to donate the structure for relocation. At that point, Heritage was aware that the building was already compromised, including significant mold and heavily rotted both inside and out. Even with that knowledge, meetings and assessments by Heritage were either delayed or abandoned. There are too many examples across the city where inaction has led to the loss of iconic properties, notably the Tivoli. Without proper roof maintenance, buildings will inevitably deteriorate beyond repair. We, on the other hand, did not neglect the property. Even though the structure was already heavily compromised, we still decided to install a new roof, a significant expense to prevent further water damage, and undertook ongoing maintenance efforts despite the building being unoccupied and financially burdensome. The question before you today is not whether heritage matters. It absolutely does. The question is whether this particular designation is reasonable, defensible, and supported by a balanced evaluation of the facts. Designation serves to protect properties from inappropriate alterations. However, in this instance, such alterations have already occurred. The original design and character-defining elements have been substantially compromised or entirely lost. Most importantly, the designation ignores the overwhelming reality of the building's condition. The latest engineering report concludes, and I quote the engineer, "Based on the overall condition of the building and the presence of moisture and deterioration elsewhere, there is a very high likelihood of rot and deterioration of the wood framing throughout. The interior conditions of the building are hazardous. In general, the interior finishes are in very poor condition, with extensive damage from water, animals, and mold growth. There is very little that we believe is in fair or salvageable condition. Given the observable extent of damage to both the interior finishes and exterior elements, given the likelihood of widespread hidden deficiencies, given the extensive level of intervention required to repair the existing damage to a safe and stable condition, and given the cost and construction risk associated with relocating or rehabilitating the building, demolition is, in our view, a reasonable course of action to take at this time, if so desired," end quote. Those are not our words. They are the conclusions of a professional engineer retained by the city. Notably, despite the engineer's thorough assessment, 4 important images illustrating critical interior structural defects like lean-in walls and caved-in floors are not referenced in the report. In closing, the property was added to the registry in 2009. Since then, Heritage did not indicate any urgency until 2025. We really respected and agreed with what Graham Carroll said in the last Heritage meeting on May 15th. He says they need to do better. He specifically called out the municipality for sitting on their hands. He says they need to seal up the properties to help prevent the rot, to get the roof fixed, get the windows covered so the water doesn't get into the building, precisely what we have done over the years. It was encouraging to hear, as meaningful change will only occur when this acknowledgement of the need to improve its own approach. A designation decision cannot rest on historical aspiration alone. It must confront the hazardous, practical, and financial realities of the building. For these reasons, we respectfully ask that planning reject the designation. For a more detailed understanding of the file, we very much hope you study our objection letter submitted as an appendix. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you very much, Robert. Are there any questions for the delegate? Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And through you, thank you very much for being here. I did read your letter. A couple questions, which I didn't get from reading the letter from what you said. You purchased in 2008. Just curious on the use at all, if anything, of the property since then. 18 years is a long time to be carrying the cost of a property. Through you, Chair.
It's a good question.
Into the microphone.
Into the mic, sorry, thank you.
Yes, so we purchased it, and as I said, it was abandoned. And what we did was just pretty much band-aided. We own an old property next door. That takes priority. So we did what we can. As we said, we did what we could to keep the water out, close the windows because people come and break windows. We installed a new roof. Everything that people should do to try to preserve properties. And as I said, in 2008, we approached Heritage in 2009, a year later, because the engineers and builders said it's too far gone. So we figure there's going to be sympathetic people. We are sympathetic to old properties. So we wanted to reach out to Heritage and donate the property. And 16 years later, we are still in this situation. 16 years of deterioration that really didn't, more deterioration that didn't even need to happen.
Thank you for that. And then second question, looking forward then, do you have future plans for the property that you will be willing to share? And if so, do you perceive that the heritage designation would frustrate those in any way for you?
Well, the thing is, there's nothing, if you come visit the property, it's been modified so unsympathetically over the years that there's nothing there left. That's the unfortunate part. The only thing that is surviving is a dilapidated piece of gingerbread trim. You know, it's been modified to the point where the openings and the windows have been enlarged completely destroying the original intent of the design of the property. So what could we do? The only thing we wanted to do is, again, go to Heritage, because we're sympathetic to these issues, and see if there's anything that we can work together and come to a compromise. We even, to show even more good faith, we said we would even sever the property at this point, you know, and give it to, and then put it for sale for the city of Hamilton to take over. We wouldn't give the entire lot. We would sever around that building. And if they deemed financially feasible, that they take ownership of it. Because at this point, the property is so far gone, and this was from expert advice back in 2008. You know, we're not talking about 2025. We're talking about 16 years ago we were given that advice. And that's why we didn't restore the property. If we were given great news back in 2008, we would have restored the property. but it's financially, say for a property, you look at the Philpott Church, and that was $4 million. We're looking at, and that's a large property. The Gatehouse is a small little footprint. You know, we're looking at north of $1 million for that small footprint. That goes to show, has the quotes from the engineering report said, you know, this property is that far gone. Nothing with a small footprint like that should ever cost more than $1 million unless it's structurally gone, rotted to the bone, has indicated in the report. Yeah.
Thank you for that. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. We're going to move over to Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I just wonder, because I don't know your situation, the area that well, but I'm just wondering, what is your main concern? The safety?
Well, that's always been a concern, of course.
And
Yes.
you, for 20, almost what, how many years?
Nearly 2 decades.
Safety of other people going in? So,
Well, we've had people go in, so we managed to get that taken care of, like by really securing the doors. The windows have been broken. We find kids on the roof, things that no property owner would want, you know?
so I'm wondering, does the insurance cover you?
Yeah, it's difficult. It's expensive.
It would be expensive, right?
Of course.
So what is your wish today? What would we vote on?
Well,
what is your wish?
My wish is for everyone to go and really study our letter, you know, and see if we can reach a compromise. Because again, we are for preservation,
Right.
you know. That's why we're here. We see the kind of properties that have been lost in the city over the years, and it's sad. It really is. And that's why what Graham said during that meeting was very telling, you know, that they need to get off, you know, get moving, because too many places are being neglected and being taken down because of neglect.
Right.
You know, they're not putting the new roof on. They're not closing up, you know, so, and it's inevitable that these properties are going to come down eventually.
So when did you buy the whole property? 2000?
So we purchased our home, I believe it was '02. And then we asked the owner of 71 Claremont if he ever wanted to sell the property, would be interested, because we wanted to turn it into a garden house.
Okay.
And maybe even something for our parents for retirement later on. So he moved to Shanghai. He moved to China, and it was abandoned for a few years. And then we saw his sister a few years later, and she said, Howard is ready to sell the property. Are you interested still? And that's when we just purchased it. We didn't even go in or anything.
And at that time, it wasn't designated
It was
heritage.
not designated.
Right.
So that's when, yes, so when, after we purchased it, that's when we got the builders in and a couple engineers, and they said, you know, I'm sorry, but it's cheaper to take the building down and rebuild it. That's how far gone it is. And at that point, we decided, rather than go for a demolition permit, we decided to contact Heritage and see if they're interested in the property. And then after that, Heritage decided to put it on the registry.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe the years have gone by.
It's incredible.
You're still hanging in there.
Yes.
So, yeah, this is unbelievable. So I just, my concern is your insurance will go high if somebody gets injured in that area.
We live in a world that everything's high. I'm used to it.
Right,
Right.
but safety is concerned.
Of course,
Any
of
kid could
course
go
it
there,
is.
get hurt,
Of
and,
course.
you know, it happens, right?
Of course.
So especially when they're vacant buildings, you know?
Exactly, especially with kids too,
Right.
because, you know, kids are kids, right?
Right.
So,
So I commend you. I hear your voice where you're really concerned about the heritage. You've proven it by keeping it, and, you know, and now you're willing to sell the property, or not sell, give it to the city, and they could look after it. So anyways, that's very interesting. Thank you for coming, and, yeah.
and to that point, you know, this is part of our retirement plan too, having that property. We could develop it later in time. So we would, you know, bypass that, and if there is a compromise, we could sever the property. And because I know there's a lot of people that are sympathetic to these issues. But what people need to understand is the property is completely dilapidated, unfortunately, even with us putting on a new roof and closing up the windows and things of that nature. And it's been modified to the point where it doesn't even look at its original fabric.
Well, if it was dilapidated 2009, I'm sure it's worse now. So even though you spend money to fix it, so thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that line of questioning, Councillor Pauls. There are no more questions. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the allegations? Councillor Pauls and Councillor Cooper. Thank you to our speakers. You may take a seat. Please indicate your hand vote now. That passes. Thank you very much. We're on to 6.4. Edward John from Landwise respecting a demolition permit for 974 and 980 Upper Paradise Road. Edwards, if you're here, please come on down. And you know the routine, 5 minutes? Okay, thank you. One second. Serge is at your side. Okay.
I expect so much of you, I'm sorry. Good morning, Chair, members of committee. My name's Edward John. I'm a registered professional planner and partner at Landwise. I'm here today seeking your support of a demolition permit for 2 vacant properties at 974 to 980 Upper Paradise. I'm going to use the keyboard. Just to orientate committee, as you can see, this is along Upper Paradise and backs onto Wood Valley Court. The subject lands have been subject to a recent zoning application, and as committee may be aware, the chief building official requires site plan approval before he can have delegated authority to issue a demolition permit. We are in the process of finalizing that submission. It is anticipated to be coming in within the next month or so. However, continued activity on site, understanding that these properties have been vacant since 2020, have increased somewhat with the warmer weather, but we're starting to see a fair amount of break-ins. There is indications from the community that concern is increasing over activities at this location. I can confirm neither of these properties have any heritage attributes, but there have been numerous police calls, and as I mentioned, are increasing over time. I think I skipped past it, but the development anticipated to go forward, as I mentioned, did receive approval, is for 12 townhomes, 6 on either side, and there is obviously new additional dwellings being created off Wood Valley Court. So in summary, as I did say I would be brief, we are seeking support. The report before you in 9.3 is for denial, but we have spoken with the ward councillor. He's been made aware of those community concerns. They have reached out themselves. We just believe this is the most prudent course of action. And in terms of the typical process, obviously, given the rezoning and the anticipated site plan submission, we'll be in a position to ensure development continues on this property in short order. So that concludes my very brief submission.
Thanks, Edward. We have a number of questions coming from several councillors. So Jeff Beattie, Councillor Beattie is up first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Edward, for the presentation. I always get a little bit of deja vu when I see these presentations. We've had a number of similar cases in my ward. Unfortunately, you weren't able to provide any interior shots of the buildings, but I'm just trying to get a sense if anybody's been inside them recently. I know that comparable buildings in the ward that I represent have been shown through delegations similar to yours to be in a really drastic state of disrepair, black mold in basements, destroyed kitchens, destroyed bathrooms, et cetera, et cetera. Was any of your staff or the proponent staff able to get inside at any point? Is there any indication of what the interiors may look like? And I'm wondering if you just have any timeline on the last time that these buildings were inhabited.
Through the chair to the councillor, absolutely, and I apologize, we didn't have any internal shots. As I mentioned, it has been vacant since 2020. I think you can visualize what the internals will look like. Structurally, these buildings are at the end of their life cycle, but not at that point of being a liability from a structural perspective. That being said, there are no kitchens. It has been vandalized over those years. The owner continually goes to reboard up those. I think the concern being that, as we heard from the last delegate, there are a number of young adults who are probably accessing these properties. There's indication of that within there, particularly after weekends. And so there's a liability, not just to the community, but to those folks who are going in. This isn't necessarily a safe place, albeit that, a number of folks are entering the premises. So to that point, hopefully I've addressed your question.
Sure. Follow-up question through the chair. How close are you to, you think, breaking ground on the proposed development on the site?
So through the chair to the councillor, we should be submitting the site plan application the end of next month. That process takes anywhere between 6 to 12 months to get a building permit, at which point they would be proceeding with development. So, we will be seeing activity on site within that 6 to 12 months period.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cassar, did you step off? Okay, so Councillor Pauls.
I actually was going to, that was the same question that Councillor Beatty asked. But first of all, I want to say we miss you at the city.
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you. I miss it very much too.
So anyways, we talked about the dilapidated buildings. We talk about danger. We talk about people using building just to, kids going in or whatever. So I don't know if our policies has changed. I know the policy was you have to have a building permit, you have to have a site plan approval. But as I heard, you do have pretty soon, your intention is to build, right? Within getting a site approval. Can you repeat again when it is?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes. And like I said, there's good reason why the policy exists. Certainly we don't want vacant sites for a prolonged period of time. I think what we've seen in terms of recent activity, waiting the 6 months potentially to get site plan approval, we need to address some of those community concerns as soon as possible. In terms of the development approach and timelines, as I mentioned in my previous response, we are anticipating receiving a building permit, fingers crossed, within that 6 to 12 months.
Right. And if let's say we don't allow you to tear down, what would the city want? You to fix the building, like a vacant unit,
Through the chair to the councillor, property standards will be applicable, so obviously we have to keep it safe and in good order. It's just the constant attention and, like I said, it's what happens when eyes aren't watching. The community is engaged in this area, which is great, but that does mean they're calling police services often when they see people access the site and break in. And so there's a burden on services, the community, and potentially those folks going inside.
That's right. So thank you very much, and I'll be supporting this. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Next up is Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak, as I'm not a member here. Thanks for coming in and delegating. I appreciate you providing that information. I'm definitely supportive of this. I've heard from the community. This property is a stone throw away from St. Thomas More High School. I think it poses two things. One, a danger to students that have the ability to access this home in the condition it's in from a safety perspective, but I also think the nuisance that it provides the community, the residents that live around it, and just, as mentioned, the calls to service. So I'm supportive. Hopefully someone around the table, when this item comes up, would move the alternative. Would be appreciated, I think, for the community, first and foremost, and again, to speed up the process to get 12 more infill units on the market. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Edward, not seeing any other questions, so you may step down. Thank you for your presentation today. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor Beatty, Councillor Wang. Please indicate your hand vote now. Thank you. That passes unanimously. We are now on to items of information, PED 26107, active official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and plan of subdivision applications. At this point, may I have a mover and second to receive the report? Okay, Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Wang. Any discussion on item 7.1? Okay, everybody did the reading, great. Please indicate your hand vote now. Okay, that passes, thank you. Okay, 7.2 PED 26090, Market and Land Supply Monitoring Report 2025. There is a presentation, first from Jennifer Allen, she's staff. So Jennifer, make your way to the podium. And there'll also be a second presentation following Jennifer's from Anthony Passarelli with the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation. So, Jennifer. Be careful, Sal. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Jennifer Allen. I'm a Planner 1 in the Sustainable Communities section of the Planning Division. Today, I will be providing an overview of the 2025 Market and Land Supply Monitoring Report. The report outlines the city's progress towards provincial and local growth targets respecting population, housing, and affordability. The need to monitor and report annually was identified by Council through the city's growth strategy, and policies were added to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan through OPA 167, providing direction on what metrics need to be reported annually as part of the monitoring report. The report is a tool that can be used to evaluate future updates to the city's growth strategy and in the creation of housing strategies, policies, and programs. The data sources used to prepare the report include the city's internal database and publicly available data, including government entities such as CMHC, Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, and Statistics Canada. The Urban Hamilton Official Plan establishes a population forecast of 820,000 people by 2051. Hamilton's population, in 2025, it is estimated that Hamilton's population increased by 8,354 people to a total population of 644,165,000. The city is on track to meet the population forecast. Similar to other Canadian municipalities, Hamilton's population growth slowed in 2025 compared to previous years. And the chart on the slide shows the different components of population growth, showing that population growth continues to be driven by international immigration and intra-provincial migration, which is people moving to Hamilton from other parts of Ontario. In 2025, residential construction activity in the city of Hamilton rebounded from the decline seen in 2024 across the city and the province of Ontario, which is shown in the chart on the slide, which shows the kind of dip in 2024. There was a total number of 3,074 housing starts in 2025. And notably, the province did not establish a 2025 housing target for Ontario municipalities as part of the Municipal Housing Pledge. The city also saw an increase in additional dwelling units compared to 2024, with 472 new additional dwelling units added to the city's housing stock in 2025. The Urban Hamilton Official Plan establishes a targeted residential intensification rate of 80%. The city's residential intensification rate increased from 68% in 2024 to 88% in 2025. And the rolling 5-year average also increased from 69% to 73%. The distribution of residential intensification in 2025 was 24% in the downtown urban growth center, 40% in urban nodes and corridors, and 37% in neighborhoods. The proportion of apartment dwellings increased in various stages of construction activity despite the drop in apartment dwellings seen in 2024. In 2025, the percent of housing starts representing rental units was 33%, exceeding the Urban Hamilton official plan target of 27%. And this is the second year in a row that the city has exceeded this target. CMHC reported that the citywide vacancy rate for purpose-built rental dwellings increased to 3.9% in 2025 compared to 2.5% in 2024. And a balanced rental market is generally considered as having vacancy rates from between 3 to 5%. The predominant unit size in the primary rental market continues to be 1 and 2 bedroom dwellings. Average rent and average purchase price in Hamilton remained fairly steady between 2024 and 2025. The peak in average rent was seen in 2022, and for average purchase price, the peak was seen in 2023, and the average prices have continued to marginally decrease since then. Apartment dwellings saw the largest decrease in average purchase price in 2025, dropping by 8% to the lowest average price reported since 2020. The 2025 monitoring report reports on the development pipeline, being the total number of units that are currently in a stage of approval under site plan approval or draft plan of subdivision. There are a total of just under 33,000 units in the development pipeline, of which 28,000 are conditionally or draft approved, and just over 5,000 are final approved. And the Planning and Economic Development Department is currently working on an online development portal to help identify and track active development applications at various stages of approval by geographic area, including ward. And staff is targeting to bring an interim report later this year with an update on that portal. So that concludes my presentation. Before we go to questions, I'll turn it over to Anthony. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And as I said, clerks have requested that both presentations come first and then questions after. Thank you.
I will stop it. Give me a sec. Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me today. I appreciate the invitation to speak. So I'm just going to pick up on some of the themes that were just mentioned, talk more about where we are currently so far this year in terms of housing construction in the region, and then a little bit looking forward past the first 4 months and into the rest of the year, into next year, in terms of what we see in terms of sort of a forecast for new home construction in the city of Hamilton. So talk a lot about some of the different market segments and how things are sort of going to probably change from what we've seen so far in early 2026. So these are the housing starts, and for those of you that aren't familiar, housing starts is just a number that CMHC, it's a metric we've created to say a housing construction on a building has reached the foundation stage. So once it reaches the foundation stage, it's a housing start. If you look at City of Hamilton over the first 4 months of the year, which is the first column there, you can see that most of it's in the rental construction side of things, right? You have very little built in terms of other types of apartments or ground-oriented homes. And if you compare that to last year, you're ahead of last year's number, but last year was a very low number. I like to compare it to the last column, which is the 10-year, and that's sort of a benchmark. And you can see you're a little bit, you're below sort of a regular first 4 months of the year, even though you have a lot of rental that's been built, abnormally amount of rental built in the first 4 months. Looking forward now, we do expect things to sort of more normalize, especially on the rental side of things. So even though you're ahead of last year's pace right now, you probably will not have as many housing starts this year as you did last year, based on some of the things I'm going to talk about now. When we look at the housing starts, some of the things we look at to sort of look at where things are and where they're headed are these factors on the screen here. I'm going to talk about each of them and show you a few slides quickly. First thing would be on the building permit side of things in terms of what is sort of upcoming in terms of housing starts. So at CMHC, what we do is we actually go every month to track to see if a construction site has reached a housing start stage. And what we do is we look at the building permits that are still outstanding and whether they've reached that construction stage. If you look at the first 4 months of the year in Hamilton, it's pretty low compared to last year's number, which is that average line on the top there. So you don't have a big pipeline of like homes that are about to become a housing start. We're looking at ones that have a building permit approved already. The number's pretty low so far this year. Now you may approve more building permits as we move throughout the year, but as of right now, there isn't a lot more out there to be built that would be like a housing start in 2026, which is why we're thinking that the numbers are going to pull back. Moving on to some of the rental market conditions. So it was mentioned just now about the rental market vacancy rate being that sort of mid 3% range. But when you break it out into different buckets, equal size buckets by rent categories, you can clearly see that this is one bedroom City of Hamilton. I'll show you 2 bedrooms in a sec. There's a lot of vacancy all in the higher end units. So what's happening is on a construction standpoint, all the construction that's been happening tailored to that part of the market, it's sort of due for a bit of a slowdown because there's so much vacancy. Part of this vacancy is caused by so many condo units being built and rented out as well. They're competing with these higher end, we call them primary rental market units, right? Particularly 1 bedrooms, because a lot of the condos are 1 bedrooms. They compete with the other 1 bedrooms that are recently built. Just quickly show the 2 bedroom numbers, same thing, 4 equal rent buckets. You can see the rental market is kind of split into 2. If you're below the median kind of numbers, you almost have no vacancy. If you're at the higher end of the market, you got quite a bit of vacancy, especially the highest rent category there. So again, telling us that this rental construction sort of period we've had recently might start to slow down a bit. This year, we do think there might be 1 or 2 more buildings that could start, but going forward, sort of writings on the wall that things could slow down on that rental side, and that's what's really been driving the construction in the city in the last couple of years. It hasn't been the other types of houses. Moving on to the other types of houses, these would be the houses for sale, so be either condo apartments or ground-oriented homes, which is, we're just lumping together townhouses, semis, and single detached for sale. If you look at the sales activity, so these are sort of the pre-construction sales that lead to an actual home being built down the road, the numbers have been trending down quite aggressively in both categories, particularly the condo apartment one, which probably wouldn't be a surprise to most people here in the audience, given what's happening in the condo market. You probably read a lot of news articles about the state of the market and that, there's very little, if any, demand to buy these new projects and the builders aren't launching them, right? They're dealing a lot with what they've already built and they're trying to sell those units first before launching any projects. The ground-oriented is an interesting one because you have the recently announced HST, GST credit, which should sort of spur some demand there because, again, with that type of housing, there isn't a lot that has to be sold still. And again, there is some pent-up demand on that side of things, which I'll talk about in a sec. Going into the condo market issues a little bit more, if you look at the inventory of the condos that are already built or under construction, there's so many that need to be sold still in these buildings that builders aren't going to launch any new projects anytime soon, right? So based on this urbanation data, and I did some math, you got about 66 months to get rid of all of that inventory in the condo market in Hamilton that is already built or under construction. It's so many months because there's such a low amount of sales activity on this. It could start to pick up a little bit, but we think the prices will have to be discounted a lot, or we'll have, again, with that HST, GST credit, hearing more about these, it's called a bulk purchase, where an institutional buyer is buying a lot of these units and getting them at a deep discount to take them off the market. But until that happens, there's not going to be new launches of condo projects. Get into the new home prices. So this is an issue, which is why the new home sales are so poor. And this is not just in Hamilton, this is throughout the province. But the difference between a new home and a resale home, the gap got really huge, particularly when the resale market started to pull back in 2022. Prices have been coming down in the resale market for the last 4 years, and what happened in the new home prices didn't decrease by the same amount. So the appeal of the new home became worse because the price gap was huge, right? So again, that credit, the tax relief, is intended to narrow the gap to make it a little bit more appealing. I would say the appeal is more in the middle category, the townhouses. You can see how, as of April, the new home and the resale are pretty close to each other. So there's a little bit, again, of a pull to like, maybe I'll buy the new home because it is a new product, and also the neighborhood and all that sort of thing factors in. With the single family market, it's still a huge gap and it's very expensive. The new home is still on average over the 1 million mark, 1.3, based on what's out there right now. You know, that's a difficult product to get into. It's only a move-up buyer product, first of all, and also if you start doing the math, you know, it's very expensive still. The townhome product I could see starting to turn around soon because the price point, $700,000 for a new townhome, not cheap, but also again compared to resale, it's pretty close. And the one on the right, the apartment, that's the market I just talked about where, you know, the new home prices are still quite a bit higher than the resale, and there's just so much inventory to work through there that they're going to have to start dropping the prices to get rid of them. Last thing I'll talk about before questions, the move-up buyers. So move-up buyers are generally the ones that buy the new homes because of the price point. Again, based on that last slide, you know, even the townhome at $700,000, you start doing the math, 5%, 10% down on that. It's hard for someone who's like a first-time buyer to get into that market. They're generally buying the resale, and the people buying the new are the ones that already own homes that have gained equity over the years. The problem with the market right now is if you've owned a home from 2021, if you bought your house in 2021 or later, you basically haven't gained much equity because the prices have come down, right? So you've only gained a little bit of equity by paying your mortgage down, but you haven't actually gained much from the price going up, right? Because the prices haven't gone up. So this is just showing you sort of in the resale market, compared to this year, if you bought in 2022, for example, you're 27% down in terms of price. So those move-up buyers are only coming from the sort of pre-pandemic level, the pre-pandemic owners. If you buy your house before the pandemic, you still have gained some equity to this point, and you've paid down your mortgage, you can get into the new home market, but it's limiting that pool of buyers a lot, right? Because you have this whole wave of people that bought in the last 5 years that are sort of out of the new home market completely. A lot of them aren't even able to try to sell their home because they would be, you know, taking a loss on it. So that's it for the presentation. I wanted to keep it brief. I just included contact info, LinkedIn QR code that I include with my slides. But happy to take some questions now from the group on the state of the new home market.
Thanks, Anthony. I'm just waiting for the list to populate. And Councillor Wang.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So, Anthony, could you just flesh out a little bit more? Because I do recall on one of your slides that the actual markets for new ground builds have gone down so much, and that there are so many vacancies in the marketplace. So what is that time frame for us to potentially get back to building more new homes, given the fact that there are so many vacant units or like potentially unsold units on the marketplace?
Well, the vacancy rates apply more to the rental apartment segment. So it's only those, like, we call them primary rental market buildings, which is, you know, the whole building's owned and operated by this rental company. So that's a different story than the ownership stuff, which is what you're kind of referring to, where, yeah, we think the ground-oriented housing will start to pick up because this tax relief is somewhat stimulative. I don't know if it'll be as stimulative as some people might think, but it will help to bring some buyers into that segment of the market because, again, that price gap is getting smaller. It's not that there's many vacancy, but there is a lot of inventory to sell, right? Even in the resale, right? So when you look at the new home, you have to always compare it to what the resale market's doing. So in the resale market, the prices are still going down, like I was saying. So even though the new home prices come down, the resale price is going down. They're sort of playing this little game where, like, what's more appealing? And affordability, as we know, is a big issue in the city of Hamilton. So the resale market is still, I think, draws a lot more people because of that price point, right? So it's going to be a tough one for the new home construction on that ownership stuff. It'll recover, but I think it'll be slow and it won't get back to where it was like a few years ago just because, like I said, the price point is an issue and they really need the resale market to pick up first. First-time buyer buys the house from, say, you as a move-up buyer, then you can buy your new home. You kind of need that to happen before any of the construction starts to pick up.
I think that my challenge, though, through you, Chair, is the fact that the affordability piece of it. If resale homes are still at that $550,000 to $750,000, many new entrants have a hard time getting into like the actual ownership aspect of it. So I think that that's market forces that are beyond this council's ability. So we've been trying as a council to also look at how do we incentivize new builds. I'm just struggling with like the actual market numbers here, just because I think that this is, what is your time, when you say that it's going to take a long time to recover, could you give us a ballpark as to how many years, months, decades it might take for us to get us back to a sense where young graduates can actually purchase their own homes or anything like that?
Well, that's a tough question to answer. I would say more immediate term, we do expect the resale market to start to pick up maybe starting next year. A lot of it is really hinging on all the low buyer confidence right now because of the trade tensions, right? Like people are just not sure about their job, their income, and they're not going to make a home buying purchase when that's the case. So that's, I think, suppressing the sales a bit because the prices have come down a lot, like I showed. I'm not saying they're affordable, but they're still more affordable. So you would expect to see at least the sales pick up, and they haven't yet. I think a lot of that is just there's very low buyer confidence, and there's a lot of, people worried about, can I make this purchase and have my job next year, right? So I think that's sort of taking over the housing market right now more than anything else. But if that was to sort of, let's say the trade tensions were sort of to go away a bit, I think you'll see a recovery in home ownership and sales activity. And I think it'll happen somewhat aggressively because you got to remember you're also drawing those people from the GTA that are getting priced out too, right? So you'll start to see more demand and then eventually see more homes built. So the next couple of years should look a bit better on the ownership standpoint. On the rental, I think we're going to see a pullback.
Chair, I have one more question for Anthony and one more question for Ms. Allen. So
You have 40 seconds.
As a CMHC senior economist, do you have any insight into how the province and the feds might help make municipalities whole? Because we have been trying really hard on a lot of these different DC exemptions. We've been a lot of different schemes in which to actually help incentivize. And then what we keep hearing is that upper orders of government are going to make us whole. So do you have any insight into that?
Well, I don't have like inside information on that sort of thing because CMHC just like administers what the government tells us to do. But like I could tell you I cover the whole basically Western Ontario region, and this discussion's happening everywhere in all the major municipalities. Some are more willing to reduce the development charges sort of now versus wait to see if they're made whole. And those discussions are happening everywhere because like we're kind of pointing out today, the price point has to come down to bring this affordability into the market more. And one of the main things would be something like that. But obviously, as a city, you need to know that you can still provide the infrastructure at the same, as you would have normally just get covered on the cost.
I have one more question for Ms. Allen, if that's possible.
Well, Counselor,
Pretty
you may go.
please. Okay, thank you. Jennifer, you made a comment in your presentation about we're at 36,000 housing starts, but the province is also not counting housing starts anymore because we were originally supposed to have we're on par for 40,000 starts in order for us to generate some sort of payback or incentive. What's up with that now?
So through the chair to the councillor, yes, the province was kind of giving each municipality a annual target to meet the municipal housing pledge target that we have. I forget Hamilton's exact target,
I thought we were
but
47,000 or something like that.
I think that's correct. So, so this year we didn't have a target for 2025 to go off of. So, yeah, that's.
So essentially, there's no talk of any type of like additional funding or any, like they used to have like that housing, not the, Build More Homes Faster fund, where if you hit our target, then you would get some dollars, right? But they don't have that anymore?
Through the chair, I might defer to someone on the bench, but I'm not sure how the removal of the target this year relates to the, if we're getting any funding from them through that.
I can also take that offline, so.
Yeah, let's do that, Counselor Wang, because you're about 2 to 3 minutes over, and we're going to go to Counselor Nan now.
Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you both for the presentation. Question is for the representative from CMHC. In terms of, you had referenced having the lens on the regional perspective. Nationally speaking, my understanding is that Ontario is kind of doing not so great in comparison to other provinces across the country. Is there any insight or data that you can share as to what are the leading causes in Ontario for such a decline in the housing market compared to other provinces?
Yeah, it's a great question. Yeah, some of the, like Alberta and Quebec are kind of leading the new home construction activity of the last couple of years. The reason Ontario's kind of dragging, I would say, is we've definitely built a lot more rental in the last couple of years, but not at the sort of per capita level as those areas. And we've traditionally been more reliant on the condo apartment market to supply rental housing. That's been the model in Ontario generally. GTA, Hamilton, Kitchener, Ottawa, those would be the 4 kind of areas that have a lot of condos. So that's totally changed, right? As I kind of talked about in my presentation, the market shifted. There isn't that demand to launch new projects. The investor of these condos has sort of gone to the sidelines. So because of that, there needs to be that pivot, and there has been, towards rental. You know, Hamilton's built a fair amount in the last couple of years, and some of it is in the sort of social housing side, which is nice to see. But a lot of it has to do with what happened with condo development. It sort of was the de facto new home for ownership, and now things are changing and they seem to be shifting even towards more of this ground-oriented stuff. I think will start to come back into the market in the next couple of years.
Thank you, and through you, and what about that kind of mid-housing model?
The missing middle. Yeah, that's definitely something we're pushing forward at CMHC as well. It's definitely, it seems to be the hot topic out there right now. It's really a question of, well, first of all, obviously you need the zoning permissions, but beyond that, it's the math, right? It's the economics of it. So, you know, if you're able to develop a site, let's say that has a dilapidated single detached house and turn it into a multiplex. Those are the sorts of opportunities I think that'll happen more and more often going forward. You do see actually quite a bit of that already in sort of Alberta and BC. So I think that'll come to the Hamilton and Ontario as a whole. It'll have to be it's always dependent on that particular city's economics of developing, right? So I think the development community will have the best answer as to whether it's really a big growth area in like Hamilton versus say in the GTA.
Thank you. And then just a final question on that one. Ottawa is a unique municipality in that kind of mid-rise density, and the number of developments that get approved and actually get purchased and occupied, that market seems to be doing really well in the city of Ottawa. Is CMHC watching the trend around that? Regionally, you had mentioned GTHA, but looking at Ottawa
Right.
specifically?
Yeah, I am more of a specialist on the sort of Toronto, west to Windsor
Fair.
area, but
Fair.
the person we have that covers Ottawa, I can tell you, like, just briefly, it's experiencing similar challenges. Like, it is building a lot. They're building a lot in Ottawa, but there are, like, rising vacancies, lower rents, condo market that's a bit that's slowing down. So similar sort of themes happening, but Ottawa, you got to remember, it is quite a bit more affordable than like even Hamilton. It's surprising when you look at the numbers that especially relative to the incomes there, right? Now we know the federal government jobs are under a lot of strain right now, but despite that, you got fairly affordable market compared to like these GTHA cities.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now we're going to move to Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just, we're talking about condos and rentals. I think the market that the builders changed the model, is it because condos are like apartments, really. You go in and one you own and one you don't. What is the one thing why people are going away from condo?
Well, the main reason is the condo apartment. So like the data we collect on this, half to a third of them, the new ones, are rented, right? So some of them are lived in by an owner, right? Like it's not all rental, but they're generally purchased by like a smaller scale investor, right? So those people are more vulnerable to market shifts, and that's what's happening in the market, right? So you have a lot of supply. There's not as many renters out there right now because we have a decrease in the population, right? Especially in that non-permanent resident group. That's where the decrease is coming from, and they're a renter group. So you have these smaller scale condo investors that aren't able to make the math work anymore in terms of like what I rent it for versus my expenses, and I'm not seeing the capital appreciation and the value. So they're kind of scared off from purchasing more of them, and some of them are trying to get out of the market. When you compare that to we call it primary rental market, which is, a real estate, say, investment trust buying and operating a building, it's a little bit more stable because, first of all, it's permanent rental stock, right? You don't have, that's permanent rental stock. The condo one, the person can sell it anytime, and then that person has to vacate their unit. So it's permanent, and it's owned and operated by a company that's holding it for the long term. So the buildings sometimes, too, tend to be built and laid out in a way that is more sort of user-friendly, let's say, right? So I think there are a lot of benefits to the primary rental construction we've seen lately because it's permanent. Most of them are being built by someone who's going to own and operate it for like decades. So they have a stake in like keeping the quality up, managing the building properly. So I think that's why we're seeing the shift. Plus, again, that small scale investor now is not getting the returns they had been. So they're sort of out of the market right now. And that's going to take a while I'm not even sure how it's going to come back. I think the condo market might come back in a few years, different, where you see more of the buildings being smaller and built for like an end user only.
Right. I think I talked to a lot of that own condos. Their condo fees are more than their mortgage. Like the condo fees could be up to $1,000 or a month.
Especially in older buildings. And if you're, again, if you're the person that is trying to rent out that unit, you're probably losing every month when you factor in the condo fees and all the other expenses as being a landlord. Yeah. And that's why you're seeing less of those on the market.
Yeah. One last question. Do you have a stat who's buying the new homes? I know we have a lot of immigrants that come, and I notice immigrants usually have their family all together. They'll have mom, dad, their grown children with their kids. Do you have a sense who's buying the homes like that? Is it more immigrants because they can't afford because they're having 2 or 3 families in there?
It is a buyer group. When we're talking about new homes, we're talking now probably about more like single detached new homes,
yes.
I would say, the larger ones. Like I mentioned in the presentation, you almost have to be a move-up buyer most of the time because the price, right? You're not going to have that huge down payment unless you've already owned a home. It's gone up in value for 10 plus years, that sort of thing. But yeah, multi-generational households are attracted to the new home product, especially single detached. But I think a lot of the buyers of those new homes are, again, like I said, the current homeowners that have been seen their house appreciate and they can make the move either up or down, right? Because some of the demographics are telling us there's the next 5 years is going to be a lot of 65 plus population. So if there's a product that would help the housing market the most, in my opinion, it'd be something that would cause people to sell, the older generation to sell their home, free up the resale home, and move into a new home that might be a little smaller, but it has to be at the right price point. I think that's the important thing, is the price point.
A new home or an apartment.
Yeah,
because
it could be a
downsizing.
townhome. I think townhomes seem to be more that sweet spot for a lot of people, because you might get a little patch of grass still, or a little bit bigger footprint. But townhomes are apartments.
It's funny, a couple of years ago, people were downsizing and paying more.
Right, so that's why you don't see a lot of downsizing.
Right.
That's kind of the point I'm making. You need to build a product that the math works to get more of, say, an empty nester to sell their 2,500 square foot house that the young family wants, but it has to be at a price point that makes sense for them for retiring.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls, and we're moving to Councillor A. Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, as you're reporting on broader trends and how that impacts affordability, and then what we can expect in the sector, whether that's from growth and starts or just the broader trends that we're getting, does CHMC, when you're looking at the affordability of a market, look at the market capture of either the affordable housing stock or other types of stock potentially? I think affordable rental stock is the one that makes the most sense to me. So, for example, a third of Hamiltonians rent. The largest kind of company has about 10,000 of those units in the city. That's a sizable chunk of all units in the city. When you go to kind of the top two companies or the largest two kind of REITs or companies, you get to 5% of all units in the city, and that's much more overrepresented in the rental market. I know in smaller communities, they recently saw lots of prices going up in rentals, even though there wasn't a lot of changes in development, just because the same REIT that was operating in Toronto or Hamilton also was operating in Saskatoon or Regina and was kind of doing some maybe matching of prices there. Can you talk about just how is the kind of that looked at by CHMC when you're making these reports?
Yeah, we definitely look at that, and when we do our data, like we have a rental market survey. I showed some of the data earlier that we do once a year, and it's participated in by these large companies, obviously, because they make up the biggest chunk of the market. We do separate some of the data we collect on social versus market housing, so there is that separation that exists. Market cap, it really depends on the region. Obviously, like you're saying, some of the smaller tertiary markets are still sort of, in a lot of cases, owned by a few larger companies that tend to specialize in those areas. Generally, it's a divisive topic, I guess, usually, this real estate investment trust, because, on the one hand, they do keep the units in good condition, they're stable, in those sorts of things, right? So sometimes they get talked about in sort of a bit of a negative fashion because of things like rent increases and things like that. But on the other hand, they tend to stabilize the stock in the area. In a market like Hamilton, it is fairly concentrated. Generally, those operators, because we look at them through even the development application side and the data side, we notice a lot of the larger players are actually fairly low turnover model. They want the existing tenants to stay. They're kind of in a retain kind of mode, especially now with the market the way it is. Like the rental market has changed from a couple of years ago, so they're really more fighting to keep people in the unit versus having to negotiate with them and get a new tenant who wants, you know what I mean? So I'm not sure there's as much of these issues with them as there had been when the market was really hot a couple of years ago, if that's kind of what you're
my question is just when you're looking at the affordability of a market, are you looking at how consolidated that market is? So how diversified is the local housing economy, and does that have any relationship with affordability? And as the CHMC is kind of one of the data holders in the housing sector, what are you doing with that specific? It's not a judgment, it's not a REITs are evil, it's right, a question is, you're the holder of a lot of data. Are you thinking about the capture of a market and how does that impact some of the other data points you're seeing? Are you looking at that? I think I've heard anecdotally, or we have some touch points is what I've heard from your answers so far, but I haven't heard specifically, yeah, we do that analysis, or we have some data points, and anecdotally, here's what I can tell you. So I appreciate that answer. I just want to give you a chance. That's what I've heard so far.
We've done some analysis just showing concentration of ownership of rental units in certain regions and where it's higher or lower. The results are very mixed, to be honest. Like, you might think that, oh, in these areas it's more, but it really depends on the specific local market. So there isn't, I would say, a lot to say on that. But when we're analyzing the rental market, we're more looking at some of these factors I talk about, right? The economy, the state of the ownership market, and obviously population dynamics and supply. So we're looking at sort of the big economic factors.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Wilson. I'm going to throw the chair over to Second Vice Chair, Councillor Wang, and ask a couple questions. Just in your presentation, Anthony, you said that basically you said building approvals for this year are very low, so you expected starts to be very low. And I'm talking about detached and semi-detached here, but we have thousands of houses that are at the permit stage ready for construction from past years. So I guess my question is, it's mostly not that building approvals are low. You've recognized and you've said that the trade economy, the trade and the economy, there's not a lot of confidence. So my question too is, if that confidence returns, and with the HST and the development fee rebates that we've given for new building, could we see an actual avalanche of construction start if the trade issues are resolved quickly?
I'm not sure it would be an avalanche. I kind of mentioned this in one of the answers earlier, that that product, like I said, the prices are still, even with the GST-HST rebate, the prices are still pretty high for the median income household. So to get that market going, you're going to need, again, those people that own currently, that have the equity to buy those new homes, to sell. And to be able to sell, you need the first-time buyers. And so you're going to need that resale market to be the catalyst, I believe. Also, to pick up on your first point, when we're talking about the low number of, what we're looking at is just approved building permits that haven't started yet. So even though you've issued a certain amount, we've already captured some of those and taken them out of that group because they've already reached the foundation stage. What's left is pretty small right now. Now that could change because, next month, if you approved a large apartment building, you could add another 200 units into that category, but it is fairly small. And we're looking at housing starts. We're really only looking at what's already approved for a building permit or about to be, right? The stuff that's in site plan stage would be more like a 2-3 years out type of situation with us.
Yeah, it's just my experience that I have builders that are sitting on vacant lots. They're not constructing right now because it's not affordable, and then the buyers can't afford them.
Right.
But with the HST rebate, we're looking at a house that was going to be priced at $800,000, now coming down to $700,000. So a lot more people qualify for a $700,000 mortgage than they would for an $800,000, or even from 700 townhouses down to 600.
Right.
Now you're bringing in the new buyers that necessarily might not be previous owners.
Exactly. I would say that, and I mentioned this earlier, I think the townhouse segment is really the first one to come back because of the fact that the price point is lower. And if you look at the discounts being offered right now, potentially some higher income first-time buyers could buy a new townhome. So that should come back faster. And also the gap is really small. Because you got to remember, even though the new home might be very appealing, if the resale home is so much less, people start to second guess and go, well, it's an established neighborhood. What I can get for my money is pretty good. Will I buy the new home, right? So it really matters on the competition between resale and new.
Okay, thanks so much for that. No more questions from myself. I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Wang. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentations? Councillor Wang and Councillor Nan, thank you. Any discussions on the item? Not seeing any. Hand vote. Thank you. We are now moving to 7.3. Okay, sorry. So I need a mover and seconder to receive the report and the written submissions. Councillor Cassar and Councillor Wang, thank you. Any discussions on 7.2? think we handled that. Thank you. Please indicate your hand vote now. Again, thank you. That's unanimous. We're on to 7.3. Resolution from Northumberland County in support of Townships of North Dumfries and Township of Southgate's resolution respecting Bill 21, Protect Our Foods Act 2025. Councillor Cassar wishes to speak on this item. You may go.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to move to endorse this item. This is a topic that our committee, our council, approved a motion from Councillor McMeekin in the summer of 2025 before the motion was, or the bill was created. This is just to further support that intention and to endorse the resolution from these municipalities that are on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And as the mover, do you have a seconder?
Thought maybe you would want to.
Okay, I'll second that. Thank you, since it was my first in a row. So, but let's, for the endorsement, may I please indicate your hand vote now. Okay, thank you. We are on to public hearings, and we don't have any. So there we go. Flip the page. Check on lunchtime, not quite yet. Okay, items for consideration. 9.1, PED 26124, request for direction to proceed with appeal of Committee of Adjustment decision to approve minor variance applications A26:023 for lands located at 84 York Boulevard and 89 Park Street, Hamilton, Ward 2. May I have a mover and second to approve the recommendations in the report and receive the written submissions? So mover and a seconder, Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Wilson. And is there any discussion on item 9.1? And I see Councillor Kretsch, you're up.
I'd like to defer this item until after our closed session so we can speak with our legal staff about the things we discussed earlier.
Okay, so that's seconded by Councillor Beattie. Thank you. And does that go to the hand vote or? Okay, that's going to go to an electronic vote. Everyone prep your computers that have gone to sleep. It says voting in progress. I'm still waiting for mine to come up. Understood. I'll do a refresh. Still waiting. Has anybody voted yet? No. Okay, we're still loading. We're waiting. I see something. Not on mine, though. Okay. I'll be a thumbs up. Okay, that vote to defer carries 10-0. Thank you. We are on to 9.2. Notice of objection to the notice of intention to designate 460 Concession Street, Hamilton, George L. Armstrong School under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in this report? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor, anybody else? Yeah, we're looking for a seconder. Councillor Cassar, thank you. Are there any discussions on this item? Councillor Kretsch, you are up.
Thanks. I just wanted to briefly ask a couple of questions to Heritage staff here just to confirm my understanding and just for our committee's understanding about Heritage designation. I regret to ask these questions, frankly, because I've asked them so many times of you here, but I think because other people don't sit on the Heritage Committee as I do, it may be helpful for them just to understand the impact. So if I have it right, 5 out of 9 of the different requirements have been met. And what is essentially, in just a real basic way, this allow us to do by protecting this building and adding to the heritage designation? Because the I say it because the delegate brought up many issues that are outside of that process. Things about land transfers and moving the house and all kinds of other things that very well could happen outside of that process. But I want to understand what the heritage designation's impact will be at a basic level. Somebody could just say that.
Okay.
Through the councillor, are you referring to Ken Coit, Director of Heritage and Urban Design? Are you referring to the designation for 71
Yeah, I should have
Claremont?
said that. I apologize.
I think we're in a different agenda item.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I got confused there.
We are on,
Oh, apologies. I got confused.
we're on the
Sorry.
school.
Sorry.
Are we,
I
are
skipped
we?
ahead to 9.4 excitedly. I
I
apologize.
should have caught you, Counselor,
sorry
but
for my
you're usually
enthusiasm.
spot on, so I missed that. That's
Right.
on me. So we're still on 9.2. Do you have anything for 9.2 that you'd like to speak
You know what? I
about?
don't have anything for 9.2.
And that is George L. Armstrong School. Thank you. And we have Counselor Paul's George L. Armstrong School. Thank you.
It is a school, but I just want to ask, there was one opposing. Can you let me know why they were opposing it?
Through the chair, Alyssa Golden, Cultural Heritage Program Lead. So the main component of the objection received by the resident, so not the property owner, the school board owns the property, was primarily around concerns about potential changes to the property in the future and encumbrance. I will note that staff have worked with the school board throughout the process of bringing the designation forward. We did modify some of the features that we proposed to designate to address their future plans for the site. And some of the concerns that were raised by the resident in the objection are things that would be managed through the heritage permit process. So it doesn't preclude those changes like potentially changes to a drop-off area or access to the site. It doesn't prevent that from happening in the future, but we would manage that change through the heritage permit process.
And I appreciate that. I had a meeting, and I wanted to know why the objection. The one resident thought maybe they couldn't park anymore because it was heritage. So it was all, so I approve of that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. So I'm not seeing any other discussion on this. So let's have the e-scribe vote now. Counselor Kretsch and, okay, so, sorry, okay, so you'll step back from that one? Okay, so Counselor Pauls, you're going to be the mover, and I think the seconder was Counselor Beatty at the time? Or Kassar? Okay, Counselor Kassar, but no big issues. It's not a huge issue. Let's just move forward and have the vote. That's the most important part. And that carries 10-0. We're moving to 9.3, demolition permit, 974980, Upper Paradise Road, Hamilton. It's in the Ward 14. It's been revised. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? Okay, so we're going to go to Councillor Beatty. You're up, Councillor Beatty.
Thank you. I'd like to move the alternative.
Okay, so I don't have it on me. Do you want to read that out for us, Councillor Beatty?
Which would be that the chief building official be authorized to issue a demolition permit for both 974 and for 980 Upper Paradise Road. This is, in my opinion, pretty boilerplate. We've been here before. I'm not sure what new information we'll be bringing to the table. It's identical to multiple decision points that we've discussed before. So kind of cut to the chase and move the alternative and go from there.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Cooper is going to be the seconder. And on the item for discussions, Councillor Kretsch.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'm just going to support the staff's recommendation on this just from a technical perspective. I do think, though, what we've been doing over this term of council with these kinds of decisions is maturing and we're figuring out what to do. Originally, it was, let's bring forward a motion, and there was no information from staff that came back at all. It was kind of very just basically political. Then we moved to a system where we had to have a recommendation from staff in front of us so we could vote on it, we can get staff's thoughts on it. But as time has worn on, it's been clear that what we did and we approved last year wasn't really very fulsome, meaning that we don't have a way for staff to really raise if there's a fire safety concern, if there's other kinds of public safety concerns. So the folks missing from the conversation about this now are building, fire, and bylaw. So they're not really able to weigh in with any delegated authority or any kind of authority in a meaningful way because we're preoccupied with this idea that we want to preserve housing. But we know most of the properties coming forward haven't been housing for a very long time and won't ever be housing, let's be clear. So the incentive and disincentive with respect to the vacant unit tax also is just creating a weird situation where this committee is having to continue to approve these things or go through the process of doing this, which is not the intention, right? My whole goal of the original process of doing this was to, let's see if over this term of council we can figure out a way that makes sense here, not to politicize this as much. I think we're there, but now we're undoing that work by having to undo the recommendations that are coming forward. So just saying that I'm probably going to bring a motion forward at some point to say we should be giving staff delegated authority when it comes to fire safety and bylaw. Those folks can meet, they can make a determination. We don't need to be making those because frankly we can't. I'm not going to the house and going inside the house and making a determination about whether it's been on fire a lot. None of us are. And the professional staff we have to make those decisions should be able to make them to some extent. So I'll bring a motion forward on that. I just wanted to say that now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So I'm not, Councillor Pauls.
I thought we did ask staff about looking at this last, I don't know, the last time we had a debate about whether a house should be torn down or not. Did we not ask staff to bring that report?
You know, that's beyond me. Can we have someone from the bench answer that? Rob, go ahead.
Rob Lally, Director of Building. We brought forward a report in December of 2025 with a number of options for committee to consider, allowing expanding delegated authority to the chief building official. And at that time, committee and council made a decision on adding 3 delegated authorities to my current powers. Unfortunately, it still limits my abilities to be able to demolish these types of, I think they were classified as routine demolition applications. So I look forward to seeing Councillor Crutcher's motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pauls.
I just don't understand what's limited. What was the limit? What limit did you have not to? If you see a house that it's going to come down, you're going to have the site plan. What limited you not to say tear it down?
Well, currently through the way the demolition control bylaw is crafted, it says that you must have conditional site plan approval for a residential property. At this property in question at 974 980 Upper Paradise Road, they have zoning approval, which they just received at the end of May, but they haven't, as the consultant said, they haven't filed a site plan application yet. There'll be a site plan application coming forward, I believe he said, within the next 30, 60 days. And at that time, once conditional site plan approval is granted, then I would have that authority. But at this time, when the report came forward, I didn't have that authority.
Okay, so we need to give you that authority, and we will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so are you good, Councillor?
Yeah.
So it's conditional site plan approval, which is far down the route of building, further than, I guess, what we want. So we'll be looking at that. Okay, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, if staff could just confirm, I appreciate Chief Building Official confirming that the zoning has been completed. Site plan approval has not been submitted. The applicant indicated that it's on its way. Could staff just confirm, generally speaking, again, I know we can go through this over and over again, how long between site plan application and building permit usually?
Through the chair, Ken Coit, Director of Heritage and Urban Design. I can speak to the site plan timelines. So the bylaw speaks to conditional site plan approval. Our current policy is required by the province is a 60-day turnaround once an application has been received. So we would be providing conditional site plan within 60 days of receiving that application. In terms of clearance for building permit, that's another question that my colleagues in building would need to speak to.
Through the chair, Rob Lally, Director of Building. So I believe the question was around when I would be able to issue a demolition permit, not regarding new construction. So once conditional site plan has been approved, we would be in a position
Thank you.
To demolish the buildings.
So after the 60 days, I'm just trying to gain clarity for, I guess it was Councillor Nan. After the 60-day turnaround, is there any duration of length or is that an immediate process?
There's a number of requirements that would be required. Disconnection of services are currently required. Depending on the size of the building, there may be a methodology of demolition that's required. Applications need to be filed, fees need to be paid, but those are just routine, normal building permit application.
So would it be accurate to say, like he said, 6 to 12 months from the time that the conditional site plan is approved?
Through the chair, I believe the consultant was alluding to the fact of actually starting construction, not talking about demolition. They're willing to demolish the buildings right away. They would require full site plan approval in order to start construction, not conditional site plan approval.
Councillor Nan, are you good? Okay, thank you. Okay, not seeing anything. We're moving on the alternative here. So let's indicate your e-scribe vote now. The vote is up. And that carries 8-2. Looking at 9.4, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee minutes dated May 15th, 2026. Councillor Cooper has a request to separate the vote on item 8.3 in the HMHC minutes. Does he get to speak about that, Councillor? Would you like a...
Thank you, Chair. I just requested that we raise this. I appreciate residents coming here and talking this today. I mean, this has been an ongoing issue for a long, long time. And we do have to do better when it comes to heritage. I mean, we see it all around our city where there's just generally neglect. And we kind of jump into the last minute when it's almost beyond repair, which is not when we should be involved, but that seems to be what we do. So I think there is a need to take a broader look in terms of how we approach our heritage properties. But when it comes to something like this, this is a real challenge for these people, and it puts us in a very difficult spot today. And so that's where I would like to just have an individual vote on this, and I thank you for that, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Kretsch, are you on this item at 8.3? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, now that I'm on the right item, thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm just wanting to understand, again, my question to, I guess, to Ken is about, or Alyssa is about, what this heritage designation will do and how it will impact the property in terms of what's been proposed here.
Through the chair, so Alyssa Golden, Cultural Heritage Program Lead. The recommendation in the Heritage Committee minutes is to designate 71 Claremont Drive. As you heard earlier today from the property owners, they are in objection to that recommendation to designate. If Council, Planning Committee and Council decide to move forward with designation, staff would then issue a notice of intention to designate under the Heritage Act. That would initiate a 30-day formal objection period in which the owners could formally object under the Heritage Act, and staff would prepare a report coming back to this Planning Committee addressing that objection and the reasons for objection. And the committee would then make a decision of whether to proceed with passing a designation bylaw or abandoning the designation process at that point. If we get to a point where the property is designated, a bylaw is passed and registered on title, it's then formally protected under the Ontario Heritage Act. The list of attributes that are identified in the proposed designation bylaw would be protected. Any changes proposed to those heritage attributes, which essentially account for the exterior of the existing 1850s building on the property. Any changes to those features or proposed demolition of that building moving forward would require a heritage permit. Depending on the scope of work proposed, that could either be something processed through staff if it's just alterations. If full demolition is proposed, it would come back through council for a decision. And then in addition to that, the property would be eligible for financial incentives to help facilitate conservation and restoration work once designated. And once a property is formally designated under the Heritage Act, there are some additional provisions under the property standards bylaw that could be then actioned in terms of a vacant heritage building and ensuring that it is maintained appropriately beyond just the basic property standards provisions.
Thank you. And I think one of the risks here has been that it hasn't been designated, and so then some of those financial incentives weren't available to people to be able to be used because the designation wasn't there. Do I understand that correctly?
Through the chair, yes. So in terms of the heritage-related financial incentives that the city offers, it is just for protected designated heritage properties that we know that we can ensure their long-term conservation of. So currently, the property is only listed on the Municipal Heritage Register and is not eligible for those incentives.
Right, and to put this into plainer language way, if I can, if it's all right, just the way I understand this as someone who's a councillor on the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee is that we're protecting this from something happening arbitrarily. The heritage designation ensures that if something needs to happen to the property, if there needs to be a change made, that they have to go through a heritage permit process. That process allows heritage planners and heritage staff to make sure that it's being done properly. And if there's a decision about demolition, it would come forward here. It wouldn't just happen sort of again arbitrarily or without the kind of due notice that's there. So it's signifying this is an important building. We care about preserving it to the extent that we can. We are going to make sure that if there's work that needs to be done, it's done through the heritage process. It allows the owner to apply for grants and financial incentives, and if there's going to be demolition, we'll be made aware of it. That's all that's happening here. In terms of other things that are going on outside of this process, with land transfers or ownership or those kinds of things, those aren't impacted by the heritage process necessarily. So I just wanted to say that out loud here. I'm going to be supporting what the Heritage Committee recommended here today because I think it's important for us to preserve this building. There are some other buildings, of course, that are similar where there's issues with them and we have to do work on them and we have to maintain them. But until it's designated, the city is limited in some ways as to what it can do. And so this is the first step in the process of ensuring that it's protected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And through you, I just wanted to get staff's perspective on the comments made verbally by the delegate and also in the written submission around a quote from the City of Hamilton hired engineer around the fact that the building should be demolished. Not exact words, but to that comment, if that's sufficient, I'd like to understand, is that accurate? And then what is staff's perspective?
Okay, thank you. We'll see if we can get that answered.
Through the chair, yes, so the actual full engineer's report is part of the public record. It was attached as a part of staff's report at the Heritage Committee stage on May 15th. The quote that was provided does appear to be accurate. I will say that it does end with, as desired. It was being prepared by a qualified heritage engineer, not a heritage consultant. So the decision about whether or not the building should be demolished or not is ultimately a decision of council as it relates to this proposed recommendation to designate, and hopefully you'll take into consideration Heritage staff and Heritage Committee's professional recommendation about that. I think the important takeaway is that the engineer determined that the building is not structurally unsound. When Heritage staff are looking at properties for potential designation, the integrity of the building is technically not a factor that's considered under the Ontario Heritage Act. It's whether it meets the criteria. It is something, obviously, that this council can take into consideration in terms of the property owner's concerns raised about the burden and the cost of having to restore the property to maintain it once it is designated. But I would say, yes, that the quotes provided are accurate. It does speak to the deterioration of the building. That's something that's not uncommon with some of the properties that we have designated here in Hamilton and we have seen restored lovingly, like the Lister Block is a great example. But something that this committee and council might be more persuaded by beyond our professional recommendation from a heritage perspective.
No, yeah, I really appreciate that and understand and appreciate the delineation between professional staff and the committee's decision. Secondly, I wanted to ask about any perspective on the 16, 17, 18-year story and journey on this property. It sounds like from the written submission particularly that staff over time were not engaged and that there was proposed resolutions and donations potentially and that the city is portrayed as being just unresponsive. So I just want to understand if there's more color that can be added to that part of the story through you, Chair.
Go ahead.
Through the chair again, Alyssa Golden, Culture Heritage Program Lead. I will say that unfortunately we've had a lot of turnover of heritage staff. A lot of the previous staff that were mentioned within the written delegation were with our department, but short-lived in terms of their stature stand there. I acknowledge and appreciate that a large changeover in staff can be quite frustrating in terms of who the property owners have been trying to deal with over the years. But currently, in preparation of this recommendation, staff did review all of our files and information and correspondence to get an understanding of that background and that timeline. There were multiple points of contact and dialogue had. There was an investigation early on, as was noted by the property owners, to potentially move the property, the feasibility of seeing if we could move the building to the Akhmar Estate property. That work had sort of been initiated in 2009, and my understanding of reading the file is that there was an attempt to get a qualified engineer in to assess whether it was feasible to move the building, and unfortunately they weren't able to complete that work in terms of access, being able to do that. I don't have the full story in terms of why that wasn't possible to be coordinated. But over the years, there's also been discussion about how this file could be brought forward and sort of out of its state of limbo in terms of advising the owners that they could submit a notice of intention to demolish the listed property. That has not taken place. So that advice, as far as I can tell, reading the file, had been given multiple times, sort of between 2009 to 2011, and then again, I believe 2017 to 2020 in terms of dialogue with staff at that time. And then in terms of more recently, with legislative changes with Bill 23, as the earlier delegate had mentioned, staff had sent updated letters back in 2023 with changes to the work plan and the priority for the designation, and additional letters in 2024 and 2025. So we had been trying to make contact the last few years to re-engage in this dialogue before bringing the report forward as well.
Okay, thank you for those answers.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I just want to ask, I heard the delegates say that they're trying to even have the city take over. They're willing to, give it to the city and they'll look after it. Do we ever do that? Do we ever look at a building and say, yeah, we'll take over? Or?
Through the chair, so that was investigated. We do have our colleagues from Tourism and Culture who would be able to speak to that more specifically.
Through the chair, Lisa Abbott, Director of Tourism and Culture. Tourism and Culture did review to see if it was feasible to move the building. We did not go into detail about whether the city would receive it as a donation. The proponent did suggest that the city purchase it at one point. This was one of the reasons why it was felt that we should move and to do an engineering assessment on the building. That engineering assessment concluded that the cost to relocate the building would be in the amount of $3.3 million. Reading Mr. Barbaroni's statements, he also had an estimate that to relocate and rehabilitate would be in the realm of $1.8 million. Regardless, the Akhmar Mansion Rehabilitation Project is currently unfunded, and it was not felt that even adding $1.8 million would be something that staff would be comfortable recommending to council. Therefore, we felt that it was not feasible to pursue moving this property to the Akhmar estate. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that. I just maybe misunderstood. I thought he was going to give the part of the land that this building's on, not move it, or did I misunderstand? I know the proposal was to move it, but I thought I heard say we would, sever the land and give it to the city and they could look after it. Did I hear that right, or am I?
Through the chair, to respond. Thank you, Lisa Abbott again. I also did hear that from the proponent. However, this property is in the middle of a residential neighborhood. There is opportunity for it to be a heritage feature, but it is not necessarily something through Tourism and Culture that we would take on as a property to animate as a heritage asset of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, and this is 17 years of trying to preserve this building. I don't really understand it, but anyways, I'll vote accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. I'm not seeing any other requests, so we're going to vote separately on item 8.3. I have a mover and seconder, please. I think it's going to be Councillor Cooper. Councillor Beattie, will you second that? Okay. Pardon, is there any questions? Okay, I'm going to explain it right now, okay? Sorry, let's just all take a deep breath and let the chair handle this. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to vote on 8.3. A vote for no supports the owner's wishes for no heritage designation. A vote for yes supports staff recommendations. Do we understand that? Okay, is everybody ready to, oh, Councillor Beatty. Oh, sorry.
So 8.3 has been teased out. We're voting on it separately.
Yes.
Separate mover and seconder on that, and who are they?
You are the seconder and Councillor Cooper is the mover.
Why are we pulling it out if we just?
Councillor Cooper requested it. It was stated about 10 minutes ago. Councillor Cooper may request separate vote on item 8.3 HMC minutes. I read it 10, 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
May I request that you find another seconder?
You may.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have another seconder? Councillor Kretsch. Oh, you want to speak or you're seconding? Okay, to speak.
We
Do I
discussed
have
this at the last planning committee, that we changed the procedural bylaw, so we don't have to have someone move in second to lift an item. We just lift it out now. It's changed. We had the same problem at the last planning committee, so I'm just pointing that out, that we don't require mover and seconder, I don't think, just to clarify.
Okay, fair enough, thank you. We will duly note that, and I will discuss that the next time we have a meeting with the clerks. So at this point, we're just voting without any mover and seconder, thank you. So vote on 8.3, again, a no supports the owners, a yes supports staff recommendations. Okay, and that is defeated 6-4. So that means that the owners do not, they have a no heritage designation, so they're not designated. Okay, thank you. So staff recommendations were not followed there. May I have a mover and seconder to adopt the balance of the recommendations in the minutes and written submissions? Okay, Councillor Beatty, Councillor Wang, is there any discussion on any items in 9.4? Not seeing any. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. And that carries 10-0. We're on to motions. 10.1, Class 4 area for 231 Bay Street North. Councillor Kretsch, please introduce your motion. I believe Councillor A. Wilson is your seconder.
Thanks. This is a pretty straightforward motion. I only have one question for staff. It's to get staff to come back with a recommendation with respect to a Class 4 status for the lands at 231 Bay Street North. Long story short, these lands were not classified residential, though people have been living in them for decades. And so one of the issues now is that because the interior is being redone, the lands have to be classified residential because they're close to a sensitive use, which is the CN yards that are there. And to do this, staff will come back with a recommendation as they have before. This is something Councillor Huang put a motion on something similar before. This is just asking them to come back with more information for us. I did have a quick question though about, if I understand correctly, this has no actual impact on things like landlord-tenant relations, things related to the rent evictions bylaw, landlord-tenant board, things like that at all? Just asking that question. I don't think it does, but I just wanted to know.
Good afternoon. Spencer Skidmore, Acting Manager of the Development Planning East team. That is correct. So this is strictly as it relates to the provincial noise guidelines, NPC 300, and how it relates to CN and their shunting yard as a stationary source of noise, and it's noise related only. Thank you.
Thanks. And so we'll get a report back from staff at some point in the future if this motion passes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not seeing any other discussion on item 10.1. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. And that carries 10-0. We're at notices of motion, 11.1. Councillor Nan, please introduce your notice of motion.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to give notice. Whereas the rapid growth of AI-driven systems, cloud computing, and digital infrastructure has accelerated the development of new and large-scale data centers to meet industry's defined needs, and whereas the Government of Canada's Canadian Sovereign AI Compute Strategy aims to build Canadian-owned secure AI computing infrastructure and give domestic companies access to compute resources, and whereas the residents across Hamilton have raised concerns about extreme energy consumption, water depletion, continuous noise pollution, intense heat islands associated with the development and operation of large-scale data centers, and whereas this rapid development has required, in some cases, developers to redesign their projects to meet best practices that are still emerging, negotiate community benefit agreements, and rely on closed-loop cooling systems to drastically reduce water usage and avoid draw from fresh water. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to report back to the Planning Committee on all planning and zoning code specific criteria that are in place or required for the development of data centers, and what dedicated standards exist and or need to be considered governing energy, water use, and public benefit. This is going to remain as a notice of motion to my committee colleagues open to continuing a dialogue with any of you in terms of any additional pieces you might want to see in a report back as it relates to data centers, and also an opportunity for the community to submit their recommendations for amendments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. So municipal framework regarding the development of data centers in Hamilton stays as the notice of motion. And at this point, we're finished with that, and we will be going into closed session after lunch. So we'll break for lunch until 12:50, and at 12:50 we'll come back and we'll go into private and confidential. Thank you. Okay, we're going into private and confidential. Item 12.1, closed session minutes. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve the May 5th, 2026 closed session minutes as presented and that they remain confidential? Councillor Wang, Councillor Kretsch, please indicate your hand vote now. Thank you. And the committee does the committee wish to go into closed session for items 12.2? Yes. Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to move closed sessions for items 9.1 and 12.2 pursuant to section 9.3 subsections E and F of the city's procedural bylaw 21021 as amended and sections 2392 subsections E and F of the Ontario Municipals Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. So a mover and a seconder, Councillor, sorry, I'm just having a little mind break. Councillor Pauls and Councillor Cooper. Still catching my breath from running around. Please indicate your hand vote now. And that's everybody. Thank you. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of committee rejoin the meeting. The committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. Okay, we're back in open session. This is 12.2 LS 24020C, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 9285, 9445, 9511, 9625, and 9751, 20 Road West and 555 Glancaster Road, Glanbrook, for lack of decision on urban Hamilton official plan amendment, the UHOPA 20018, UHOPA 20019, and UHOPA 20020 in Ward 11. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the confidential information? The report is going to be received, direction to staff be approved, and both referred to special counsel on Friday at 9:30 a.m. So Councilors Wang and Councilor Nan on that. Thank you. And we're going to have an e-scribe vote now. The vote is up. That is affirmed 10-0. Thank you. And we're going back to page 12. Thanks. Okay, this is item 9.1, PED 26124, request for direction to proceed with appeal of Committee of Adjustment decision to approve minor variance application A26023 for lands located at 84 York Boulevard and 89 Park Street North. May I have a mover and second to approve the recommendations in the report and receive the written submission? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Beatty, please indicate your e-scribe vote now. And that is carried 8-2. I'm looking here and I see at this time it is 2:02 and it is time for adjournment. Thank you, staff. There being no further business. Not bad.